of as a messenger of this idea of one world, one family, which is borrowed from our Indian ancient ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is the message that the whole world needs to hear. And cricket being one of the most loved sports in the whole world, what could have been better than a game of cricket to say it loud and clear to one and all. And we thank Mr. Gavaskar, Mr. Arvinda De Silva, who took the initiative of organizing this edition of the match. Both are playing their third innings is what they say. And this innings is dedicated to the upliftment of the poor and the downtrodden, the needy and the underprivileged, both in India, Sri Lanka and around the world. As you know, we have a humanitarian mission which takes care of children across the world in the fields of nutrition, education and healthcare, all provided free of charge, which is our way to say that all these children are our own, they are a part of our family. And in a family, we don't charge each other for looking after each other. And that is the idea of this mission. It was Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba who freed education, health and nutrition from the stifling grip of commerce and commoditization, and continuing in his legacy, in his footsteps on this special year, which is also the 100th year of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, the 100th anniversary, birth anniversary is being celebrated. So again coming back and telling the message to the world to love all, to serve all, and to look after each other as one world, one family is a special privilege that is mine today. I also have Dr. Sri Srinivas, who leads the healthcare vertical through Satya Sai Sanjeevani chain of hospitals. And one of them is in Sri Lanka now in Batticaloa region. And you will be very happy to know that in that region, there was no cath lab, an intervention facility for all these years. And we went there for the first time when we asked the Batticaloa teaching hospital doctors as to what is that you need in this region. And they said we must have a cath lab facility to perform cardiac surgeries for the people. Otherwise, they have to be taken all the way to Colombo or to Jaffna. And that was a tedious task. And they lost many lives who could not make it because of the long journey or waiting periods. That is the time that the cath lab was set up at the Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani Hospital in Batticaloa. And now more than 2,200 people have been saved within a short span of 18 months. To celebrate this special moment, we have this match between India and Sri Lanka, and it is not a competition, but it is a collaboration between these two neighboring countries, these two brothers, if I may say, to work towards the welfare of each other. As in Sri Lanka, they greet each other as Ayubawan, which means live long, have a long life. And this hospital at Batticaloa is actually doing that. It's making Ayubawan happen for so many people, already 2,200 plus, as I mentioned, and in many more to come. The OT complex is also ready, and soon the surgeries will begin along with Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani Hospital in India. Today, the most important message that the world needs to hear is that we all belong to each other. We must care for each other. We must live for each other. And it is not a coincidence that on one day when we were in the US, that we were talking about this mission, and Sunil Gavaskar ji, who is also a trustee, was there. And it just came out of my mouth that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means one world, one family. And he immediately said, what a wonderful message. This is the message that everybody needs to hear. And that's how this message became the motto of this mission, one world, one family. And the cup is all about that, to tell the world that we are one world and we are one family, and we must look after each other as brothers and sisters. May you enjoy the sport today. May you enjoy this game. This game is also very dear to me, not because it's just a match of cricket, but there are so many wonderful people who have lent their services to be here from both India and Sri Lanka. We welcome you all to this stadium, and we look forward to a day full of excitement and celebration. We have students from around 30 campuses, rural campuses, many government school children, and you know they would never get get a chance to get inside a stadium and watch you play live. This is their moment of truth as well. They are all looking forward to this. They all study in various educational institutions led by our Sri B.N. Narasimhamurthy, who is seated here, the Chancellor of the University. And I also place my gratitude on record for all the well-wishers, the devotees, the supporters of this mission who make all these things happen silently. They work behind the scenes and make all these come true. I also want to congratulate and thank the organizers, the team that has worked very hard to organize this match, and to all the friends from the media. And I have a request, please spread this message of one world, one family. Even if it inspires a few more people today because of this match and all that we have said and done, I think we would have been successful in all our efforts. Wishing everybody a great day ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sadhguru, for your words of wisdom, for leading this noble and expansive mission, and for bringing us all together for such a wonderful cause. As we conclude this opening ceremony, I invite you all to stay tuned for what promises to be a thrilling contest on the field. We have some great cricketing action coming up as Team One World, which is India, will take on Team One Family, Sri Lanka, in this formidable T20 Battle of the Legends. We will now have a short break of about 20 minutes. The players will proceed for their warm-up session and the toss ceremony will follow shortly after. Let us celebrate the spirit of cricket, the joy of giving, and the unity of one world, one family. Thank you, Sai Ram.
A wonderful start to this Saturday morning. Great to see the legend of Indian cricket, Mr. G.R. Vishwanath, being felicitated for that iconic 97 against the West Indies. Sadhguru Shri Madhusudan Sai, as eloquent as ever with his words and giving us a deeper insight into the reason why we're here today. The cause, the mission. He's the man who's been at the thick of it all. And isn't it wonderful to see India and Sri Lanka come together for this wonderful cause. The great Sunil Gavaskar, very much there as well. And here's a little video to enlighten you as to why we're here for the One World, One Family mission.
One World, One Family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the guiding principle of the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission. Founded by Sri Madhusudan Sai, a young humanitarian and visionary, the mission has established institutions in healthcare, education and nutrition across 80 countries over the past 12 years. All services are provided free of charge, silently transforming millions of lives worldwide through the power of compassion. The Annapurna Morning Nutrition Program began in 2012 with breakfast for just 50 children and has since grown to become India's largest morning nutrition program. Today, over 10 million school children across India and beyond receive the Sai Sure multi-nutrient supplement, helping them begin each day nourished and ready to learn. In education, the mission has established a university and 28 residential campuses in India, as well as a school in Nigeria, offering free education from grade 6 through to doctoral studies. Over 3,700 students are receiving values-based education and developing skills to make a positive impact on society, with many coming from rural backgrounds and 40% being girls. A skill development center equips rural youth with job-ready skills through courses in plumbing and electrical technologies. Additionally, over 7,800 scholarships have been awarded to encourage primary school enrollment for rural children. The vision of accessible medical education was realized with the inauguration of the Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. Offering free medical education with a commitment to serve rural communities, the institute is bridging the healthcare gap between the urban and rural areas. On the healthcare front, the mission has established the world's largest network of free pediatric cardiac hospitals in India, Fiji, and Sri Lanka. Since 2012, over 34,000 life-saving procedures have been performed at these hospitals, all at no charge. Additionally, 5 mother and child hospitals, primary care wellness centers, mobile hospitals, 2 multi-specialty hospitals in India, and 2 hospitals in Nigeria have together provided consultations to more than 2.9 million patients.
I had the privilege to visit the hospital and one thing missing there, cashier's desk. I've never visited a hospital which doesn't have a cashier's desk. All the treatments are free of cost. I have seen parents with worried faces entering the hospital, but once they are inside the hospital, the love and care that all the doctors and the staff shows towards not just the patients, but the entire family. I have experienced it myself.
Looking ahead, the mission's next milestone is a 600-bed state-of-the-art hospital in Muddenahalli, set to be the world's largest fully free hospital. Scheduled for inauguration in November 2025, it will be the second teaching hospital for the medical college. This facility will provide world-class healthcare to everyone, removing financial barriers and ensuring equitable access to high-quality care. Beyond nutrition, education, and healthcare, the mission has also established 11 centers for human development across 10 countries, fostering both service initiatives and spiritual growth. The vision for the future is bold and transformative: to establish 600 schools all over India and 6,000 wellness centers, one in every taluk. With a mission to ensure that no child goes to school hungry, the goal is to nourish 80 million children daily, empowering the next generation with education, health, and hope. This monumental dream embodies the spirit of oneness and service, striving to create a brighter, equitable future for all. When individuals prosper, society prospers. When society prospers, the nation prospers. And when nations prosper, the world prospers. Together, we are one world, one family.
But then what about the captains in the 20s? That'll be later.
Wonderful cause, and it's even nicer that the game that we love is right at the center of this cause. It's a game that has transcended boundaries, cultures, communities. And with this year's match, theme Cricket for a Cause, we're going to have the best of India and Sri Lanka, not as rivals, but coming together for this wonderful cause, championed by the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. And through this wonderful initiative, through emphasis on nutrition, education and healthcare, offered entirely free of charge, the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission has impacted lives all around the world. And like we mentioned, we're at this fabulous setting here at the Sai Krishnan cricketing facility here. We're just about getting ready for live action. First up, Fazal Khalil with the pitch report.
Well, it's a very good morning from this beautiful stadium in Muddenahalli. We are at the Nandi Hills, just in the backdrop. And as I come down to the pitch, it seems to be really nicely hard and rolled in. Just take a listen to the bounce. It's a really hard roll surface. The curator just told me it's a brand new surface. I see a good carry through to the wicket keeper for the medium pacers. Probably a little slow in nature, but as the game progresses, it would be really nice for this one world, one family cup that we are just about waiting to get going. That's all I have from the pitch. It's back to the comms.
Fabulous setting. We can't wait for the cricketing action to start. And like we said, this mission, it obviously originated here. It's impacted people around the world, and Sri Lanka right at the epicenter of it all very much as well.
Lanka's eastern province, a story of healing is unfolding. A story that begins not with what was lost, but with what can be restored. This is more than a hospital. It is bringing hope to a community that has known too much struggle. Imagine a place where advanced medical care comes with zero cost, where a child's life-saving heart surgery doesn't depend on a family's ability to pay. Every year, 3,000 children in Sri Lanka are born with congenital heart disease. Many would have faced impossible odds. Not anymore. Just weeks after our hospital's inauguration in August 2022, we performed life-saving open-heart surgeries for 6 children. By November, 3 more children were sent to India for critical care, and in 2024, we extended this commitment, enabling 10 children to receive advanced surgeries at the Sanjeevani Hospital in Navi Mumbai. Behind these numbers are lives transformed. 50,000 patients treated since 2017, each one a story of hope. With the first cath lab in eastern Sri Lanka, we have performed over 2,000 cath interventions, ensuring families stay whole and children are given a second chance. We are not just providing care, we are transforming an entire region's access to healthcare. But healing isn't just medical, it's empowerment, it's economics. Local women are empowered through vocational training. Many, including single mothers, now have stable jobs at the hospital. When Mrs. Valarmati faced a life-changing amputation, the foundation didn't see a limitation. It saw her potential. By adapting her role, it didn't just offer her a job, but offered a chance at dignity and self-reliance.
ராஜஸ்தானா வளர்மதி 2 பிள்ளைகள் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஒரு ஆள் ஓயல் எடுக்கிறாரு, ஒரு ஆள் 13 வயசு. அவருக்கு மூத்த ஆளுக்கு காட் பிரச்சனை, அவருக்கு பென்சிலின் போடுறேன். நான் காலை இழந்துட்டேன். கஷ்டத்தெல்லாம் இங்கே வேலைக்கு வந்தேனா ரமேஷ் டாக்டருக்கு பெருந்தாம இடத்துக்கு மிகும இடத்துக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. அவங்க இங்கே வேலைக்கு சேர்த்ததுக்கு இங்கே வந்ததுக்கு பிறகு நல்ல ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கேன். நான் நல்ல சுகமாக இருக்கேன். எனக்கு இந்த கவலையெல்லாம் மறந்த மாதிரி இங்கே வேலைக்கு இந்த சேரெல்லாம் எடுத்ததுக்கு பிறகு நல்ல சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கேன். வீட்டில் பிரச்சனைகளும் இப்போ இல்லை. இங்கே வேலைக்கு செஞ்சு வேறு கூலி தொழில் அதுகள் தான் செஞ்சு கொண்டிருக்கிறாரு. எந்த வருமானத்தில் நாங்கள் சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இங்கே வேலைக்கு கால் சின்ன ஒரு புண் வந்தது. சுகர் இருக்கிறபடியே சின்ன புண் அது கிருமியாக இருக்குது. கிருமியர்ன உடனே தான் கால் எடுத்தவங்க ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் இன்சுலின் எல்லாம் போட்டு பிறகு காலை எடுத்துட்டாங்க. எடுத்து போட்டு பிறகு இன்சுலின் எல்லாம் செய்து மருந்து கட்டி பிறகு ஹேண்டிகேப்புக்கு போய் டாக்டர் சைன் பண்ணி கஷ்டம்னு சொல்லினாங்க. அவங்க என்ன செஞ்சாங்க, ஹேண்டிகேப்பில் டாக்டர் சைன் பண்ணி தந்தவங்க கால் போடுறதுக்கு. அப்புறம் அங்கே போய் 1.5 மாதத்துக்கு பயிற்சி செய்தேன். நாங்கள் பயிற்சி செய்ததுக்கு பிறகுதான் கால் போட்டவங்க. கால் போட்டு பிரச்சனை ஒன்றும் வரல. இந்த கால் போட்ட ஸ்டார்ட்ல சார் அந்த காலை போட்டு கொஞ்சம் நடக்கிற நேரம் புண் வந்தது. அப்புறம் அவங்க சொல்லித்தாங்க, புண் வருதம்மா, கொஞ்சம் காலை பெருசாக செய்வோம்னு சொல்லித்தாங்க. அப்புறம் காலை பெருசாக செய்ததுக்கு பிறகு கொஞ்சம் இப்போ இது. ஆனால் ரமேஷ் டாக்டருக்கும் பிறந்தாம இடத்துக்கும் அவங்களுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. அவங்க தான் எங்கள் வேலைக்கு சேர்த்த, கஷ்டத்தால் வேலைக்கு சேர்த்து அவங்களதால நான் சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறேன்.
Beyond healthcare and economic empowerment, the foundation has delivered over 85,000 food parcels to villagers in Kirankulam, providing hope through nourishment.
என் பேர் தங்கேஸ்வரன். நான் இருக்கிறது கோயில் போகிறது. எனக்கு பிள்ளைகள் 5 பேர், நான் மனுஷி 7 பேர் இருக்கிறோம் இந்த வீட்டில். எனக்கு இந்த நோய் மிச்ச காலமாக வந்தது. நான் களுவாஞ்சிக்குடி போனோடனே களுவாஞ்சிக்குடியில் அட்மிட் பண்ணி களுவாஞ்சிக்குடியில் சிகிச்சையெல்லாம் செய்த பிறகு எனக்கு சரி வர இல்லை. நான் மட்டக்களப்பு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு திரும்ப அவங்க அனுப்பினவங்க. மட்டக்களப்பு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு அனுப்பி அவங்க பார்த்துட்டு திரும்ப ஒரு டேட் ஒன்று தந்தாங்க. உங்களுக்கு அந்த யாழ்ப்பாணம் அனுப்புவாங்க, நீங்கள் அந்த டேட்டுக்கு போய் யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில் போய் நீங்கள் சிகிச்சை செய்யுங்கண்டு. அப்போ பிறகு நான் ஒரு 2 வருஷ காலமாக நான் எதிர்பார்த்துருந்தேன். எனக்கு அந்த சிகிச்சை செய்யலை. பிறகு திரும்ப ஒரு நாள் எங்களோட மனைவி என்ற ரிப்போர்ட்டை கொண்டு மட்டக்களப்பில் காட்டும் போது திரும்ப சொன்னாங்க, ஆளுக்கு கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸாக இருக்குது, நீங்கள் உடனடியாக அந்த ரிப்போர்ட்டையும் எடுத்துகிட்டு ஆளையும் கொண்டு வாங்க நாளைக்கு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கு பிறகு தான் என்ன மட்டக்களப்புக்கு திரும்ப கொண்டு போனவங்க. கொண்டு போயிட்டு திரும்ப அங்கே மட்டக்களப்பில் காய்ச்சி எல்லாம் செஞ்சு சாய்பாபா ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு இது எழுதி போட்டு ரிப்போர்ட் எழுதி போட்டு அங்கே என்ன செக்கப்புக்கு அனுப்புனாங்க. அங்கே பார்த்து போட்டு தான் இது செய்தவங்க. நான் இப்போ அங்கே சாய்பாபா ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு போனதுக்கு பிறகு என் உடல் நல்ல நிலைமைக்கு வந்தது அதுக்கு பிறகு தான். நான் இப்போ 3 பிளாக் செய்திருக்கிறாங்க. 3 செய்ததுக்கு பிறகு எனக்கு இப்போ நல்ல மாதிரி நல்ல குஸ்தியாக நல்ல இதாக இருக்குது உடம்பு. ஏன்னா நான் இவ்வளவுக்கும் காரணம் என் தெய்வம் சாய்பாபா, அவருக்கு தான் நான் நன்றி சொல்லுவேன்.
One world, one family isn't just a philosophy, it's a promise kept every single day, transforming lives, one act of compassion at a time.
What a beautiful setting here in Muddenahalli. It's not a mission, it's not a movement. Well, it's not a movement, it's not a mission, it's just a gift of life.
दूर तुमसे मैं जी पाऊं ना, डर लगा तो मैं किसको पुकारूं, नींद में हाथ किसका मैं थामूं, माँ ओ माँ, दूर तुमसे मैं जी पाऊं ना.
छोटे दोस्त ओ मेरे यार, कर जरा हम सभी पे एतबार. ओ छोटे दोस्त ओ मेरे यार, हम सभी तुझसे करते हैं प्यार.
नन्हा सा दिल ये यूं ही धड़कता रहे, यूं ही धड़कता रहे. दिल मैं दिल हूँ तेरा, नई धड़कन की धुन, सपने रही है बुन. है सांसें तुम्हारी, है धड़कन तुम्हारी, ये दिल भी तुम्हारा हुआ. बने मेरा जीवन तुम्हारा ही दर्शन, यही मैंने मांगी दुआ. एक भली जिंदगी ये मेरी हो, खुदा ताज तेरा करम. प्यार बांटूं मैं तेरा सभी को, सबकी सेवा हो मेरा धर्म. ये मेरा सौभाग्यम, ये मेरा सौभाग्यम.
नन्हा सा दिल ये यूं ही धड़कता रहे, यूं ही धड़कता रहे, यूं ही धड़कता रहे, यूं ही धड़कता रहे.
What a mission, what a movement, what a moment it is for this crowd. Well, let's now join Navneet Krishna with the 2 captains for the all-important toss.
The second edition of the One World, One Family Cup It's a special cause, and it's only fair we have some special company. A fabulous backdrop, a great setting on a Saturday morning. The all-important toss, and have got the people that matter. The captain of One World India, Venkatesh Prasad, isn't that wonderful? The captain of One Family Sri Lanka, Marwan Atapattu. How fabulous is that? And our special match referee, the icon himself, the legend of Indian cricket, Mr. G.R. Vishwanath. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. He's going to hand over the coin to Venkatesh. It's going to be you to toss the coin. Heads, the call from Marwan Atapattu. Heads. It is heads. And Marwan, you win the toss. What are you going to do? Bowl first. Talk to us a little bit about that reason to bowl first.
I reckon some of us haven't played this game for a long time now, but it's a very happy moment for all of us to have to play against some old friends that we know, and we as a group is coming together after a long time. So it's going to be a good experience for a very good cause.
Absolutely, sir. You've been playing cricket for a long, long time. How different is it to come together once again, playing alongside, like you said, old friends for a cause like this?
Well, I mean, playing cricket for us was our passion. I think it's common to all cricketers who are participating in this game. More so, it's the cause that matters for us, and it's a very worthy cause. We had the privilege of hearing to all the speakers on stage, and we are so privileged to be here, be a part of this game today.
You've been traveling to India for a long time from your playing days. This wonderful setting, a great crowd coming in on a weekend as well. Are you excited to come back on the cricket field? When was the last time you were batting?
Well, that was 1.5 decades ago. But I must say that I'm very used to crowds, especially playing in India. But to see a lush outfield and hope the wicket play is good, I think we'll have a good day today.
Did you ever picture yourself at the toss with Venkatesh Prasad, your former friend, rival on the cricket field, but for a very different cause today? How did you see this game and this evening today?
Well, as I said, to see Venki and all the other Indian friends playing against us once more, it's a feeling that we'll enjoy, cherish for the rest of our lives. And for all the Sri Lankan cricketers who have got together again to be amongst this special event is something that we'll remember for a long time.
On behalf of everyone here in India, we're very happy that you all could make it here. Thank you for so much for joining us, and have a fabulous game.
Thank you, we'll do.
Well done, all the best. Fantastic. Thank you.
Sir, congratulations. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time. How special is it to be a part of a cause like this?
Oh, it's amazing. What an amazing place, a great setting, and a great cause and an initiative. This is the second edition of this One World and One Family. So I'm happy that I'm leading the One World team, and I've got amazing players. They're all captains. That's what I've told them. They were all captains. So just for namesake that I'm captaining them. Yeah, so I've got a great team. And I think the cause itself has been brilliant. It's from our scriptures that we have taken, saying that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I think so. That's what it's all about. So we are all one, we are all equal, and that's a cause. And this is the second edition, as I said. So I was part of the first edition as well, playing under Yuvraj Singh, and of course Sachin also was part of it. So it's brilliant. I think I need to thank every player who have made it here from the Indian side and also from the Sri Lankan side as well.
You've played a lot of your cricket here in Karnataka. Did you ever picture a ground quite like this with a backdrop like this and a packed house? How gorgeous is this setting?
Oh, it is fantastic, absolutely. Yes, we have seen some very good grounds, of course, in our playing time. But then this is as good as any other venue, I would say. So it's been brilliant, of course, to be here and play for a cause. Yeah, and of course we would have chosen to field first as well. We just wanted to get the bowling or the fielding part away from from it. So, but then since I've lost the toss and we got to bat. Yeah.
Yeah, from your social media handles, we know that you're very fit, you're constantly in the gym. But did you ever picture yourself in 2025 to be bowling to Marwan Atapattu?
Well, I don't think I was, I was thinking of that. And I'm thinking about how I'm going to bowl those 1 or 2 overs that I'm planning to bowl. It's going to be in a very short run up. Fitness is one side, but then playing fitness is different. And yeah, we've got some very good players who have been playing a lot of cricket. So I've got, I've got some. I'm sure we can fill in those 20 overs. That's not an issue.
Absolutely, sir. All the very best, and then we hope you enjoy yourself on the field as well.
Thank you.
There you go. The news from the centre is one family Sri Lanka. They won the toss. No hesitation from the captain Marwan Atapattu to bowl first.
Well, thank you very much, Navneet. That was the all-important toss here in Muddenahalli in these gorgeous settings here. You see the icon G.R. Vishwanath in the house. To his right, Marwan Atapattu. There's Irfan Pathan, Yusuf Pathan. They're there as well to grace the occasion. It's a magnificent mission. It's a magnificent movement here in Muddenahalli. You just need to get those arms and legs warmed up before a start of any cricket match, leave alone this festival game. And there's the icon from Sri Lanka. Oh, he's going to turn his arm over as well. Hasn't changed much. He's gone on a little bit in age. And to his right there you see Sunil Joshi to his right. Good mates when they played, good mates off the ground as well. The two umpires out there, handshakes all around. Great sense of camaraderie, brotherhood. And we all play for that one cause, one world, one family. A little rub down as well, just release the glutes before the start of any game. It's always nice to see. That's Naman Oja on your screens. He's been part of the first edition as well, and he'll turn out for India this morning. What it's been, we've had some really good stars coming out in support. We saw Sunil Gavaskar here, G.R. Vishwanath here, Arvind De Silva here. But this is what we heard from the maestro himself. Oh, there he is. We saw him a little while earlier, how eloquent he was with the mic. And now he's with the bat as well. That was the icon of Sri Lanka on your screen. And now take a look at the icon from India. This is what Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar had to say.
Sai Ram, one world, one family is such a wonderful thought. Various people from various backgrounds and beliefs celebrating the togetherness we have as humanity. I was so happy to play a match last year along with some of my closest cricketing friends. It was a lovely experience to get back on the field to spread this message of one world, one family. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take part in this year's match, but I wish Sri Madhusudan Sai and the team all the very best for this year's event. May this year be another successful one for this noble cause. I also want to wish all the participating players the very best of luck for this match. I'm sure it'll be a fantastic experience to go out in the middle and play cricket again. Thank you very much for being there. Sai Ram.
Those were words of wisdom from Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar, and that's what we're playing for. One world, one family. We're all in it together for a common cause. There's the legendary Arvind De Silva on your screen in this beautiful part of Bangalore. Just an hour's drive perhaps from the city of Bangalore. We are in a place called Muddenahalli, and it's the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission, and we are at the picturesque Sai Krishnan cricket ground. It's a beautiful ground, lush green outfield, cut to about 10 or 12 millimeters. The ground staff have done a fabulous job here getting this. Take a look at that. Those are the Nandi Hills in the background. We have the cricket stadium in the foreground. and just about a few minutes away from start of this big clash between India One World and Sri Lanka One Family. I'm just taking a closer look at the ground. Animated in conversation are the two players from India, Irfan Pathan on the right and Parthiv Patel on the left of your screen. We've seen a plethora of stars over the last season as well. We saw Yuvraj Singh, we saw Sachin Tendulkar, and then we've seen some from Sri Lanka as well.
Abhimanyu Mithun is a star from this part of the world for sure. Packs a punch with the bat, most certainly. Can really amp up the pace with the ball in hand. With so many familiar faces, Fuzz. And it's nice to just see the enthusiasm and the energy levels of these players. They're very excited to get out in the center and get things going. And like we said, lots of familiar faces. And surprisingly, actually, I'm curious to hear from you, Fuzz. We'll come back to that.
Well, we've heard so many things, good things said about the mission. Now let's just take a look at some of it.
India, home to over 1.4 billion people, faces significant healthcare challenges, particularly in its rural areas where 70% of the population resides. In remote and underserved regions, access to quality healthcare remains a pressing concern due to difficult terrains, poor infrastructure, and a lack of nearby facilities. Arogya Vahini, a pioneering initiative, brings quality healthcare to the doorsteps of rural India. Founded by Srimad Sudan Sai, the Sri Satya Sai Arogya Vahini Trust operates mobile hospitals that make healthcare accessible to rural communities completely free of charge. This initiative is part of the larger Srimad Sudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission, which has established various service projects in 60 countries over the past 12 years. The mission has transformed millions of lives globally through free services in nutrition, education, and healthcare. Arogya Vahini's journey began humbly in 2013 with a small group of volunteers conducting just 2 medical camps a month. Today, it has grown exponentially, operating 106 rural medical camps monthly, equipped with fabricated mobile medical units. These camps reach more than 45 rural health stations, serving over 225 cluster villages, truly reaching the last mile and the last person. The impact has been remarkable. 150,000 rural consultations and 290,000 health screenings performed. Detecting from the ground level, over 750 surgeries have been facilitated completely free of charge, connecting rural patients with life-changing treatment at super specialty hospitals. From a simple outreach model, the footprint has expanded to 6 states and has also evolved into a comprehensive network of rural wellness centers, namely Sai Swasthya, contributing to the larger goal of Srimad Sudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. Arogya Vahini's mission aligns with multiple United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, promotes good health and well-being, addresses poverty by serving financially vulnerable populations, contributes to zero hunger by reducing out-of-pocket medical expenses, promotes gender equality with 66% of beneficiaries being rural women, reduces inequalities by reaching diverse communities. The initiative's impact goes beyond health metrics. By providing free medical consultations and health screenings, it saves patients with non-communicable diseases approximately 2,400 rupees per month and general patients around 1,400 rupees per month in medical expenses. At the heart of Arogya Vahini's approach is the philosophy of treating patients with compassion and respect. This approach has fostered trust and encouraged positive health-seeking behavior in the community. Beneficiaries have become more proactive in managing their health, and over 150 local volunteers have joined the cause. Looking to the future, Arogya Vahini is committed to enhancing accessibility by expanding its outreach to more remote areas and contributes significantly to the larger goal of the Srimad Sudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission by touching 1 million lives by next year. The Trust aims to implement scalable healthcare models to ensure seamless continuity and end-to-end support for beneficiaries and to institutionalize its healthcare model as a benchmark for qualitative and technology-driven healthcare delivery. From its resilience during the Amphan cyclone to operating 333 medical camps throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Arogya Vahini has proven its adaptability and commitment. As it continues to grow and evolve, this initiative is deeply rooted in the ethos of in the rural, for the rural. Through its mobile hospitals, Arogya Vahini is not just delivering medical care, it is delivering hope, one village at a time, and paving the way for a healthier, more equitable future for all.
Well, it's the One World, One Family Cup this morning. It's free nutrition, education and healthcare. That's the vision of this mission. It's always important to have nutrition, good education and healthcare as well. And take a look at this facility that provides all this for the lesser privileged. It's all free of cost. Everything that one needs is within this campus on your screen. It's an absolute smashing visual this. It's amidst the Nandi Hills in the backdrop. We have a brilliant stadium here. Like we've kept mentioning, it's the vision of the mission being nutrition, education and healthcare. And all of it, Navneet, is completely free.
Yeah, and isn't it wonderful that it's the game of cricket that is bringing everyone together. You can just see in the far top right of your screen as we get closer to the cricket ground. It's just a gorgeous setting, this really. The weather is just about perfect. Both captains, well, were happy to bowl first, but only one can. Marva Natapattu and One Family Sri Lanka won the toss. For everyone just tuning in, they'll be bowling first. But look at this for a wonderful venue here. The infrastructure is absolutely fabulous. The facilities that are provided, and we get closer there to the cricket ground. It's got just about the right amount of seating as well, Fazal. And, well, everyone would love to play in a venue like this.
Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? When we were driving to the ground, we just went through rural Bangalore, and then what do we see? This magnificent jewel. It's almost like an oasis in the desert, isn't it? Just took a look at the Nandi Hills in the background, and you have this facility in the foreground, a lot of greenery all around. And this mission has touched so many people, millions of people really around India, around the world as well. And it's just not a domestic venture. This it's a vision. It's the mission to spread it across the world, and this is the impact that this mission has had on Fiji. Just let's take a look.
There are some children who have holes in their heart. They're born this way, we need to help them. And all these children cannot run or play. Some will lose lives, we need to prevent that. All these children are falling down, and we can help pick them up again. And all their families are crying for help, and we will help pick them up again. They will survive, oh, they will thrive, oh, because every child deserves the gift of life. Because every child deserves the gift of life. to stand so they're not alone. Take a stand, save a life, they will survive. Oh, they will thrive. Oh, because every child deserves the gift of life. Because every child deserves the gift of life. Sanjeevani Hospital will help save lives. Free heart surgeries will keep these kids alive. Sanjeevani Medical, the beacon of life, answering prayers day and night. They will survive. Oh, they will thrive. Oh, because every child deserves the gift of life. Because every child deserves the gift of
Isn't it wonderful that this mission has touched the lives of millions around the world, and even a tiny island like Fiji is benefiting from this wonderful cause. In just 12 years, this mission has touched over 13 million lives across 80 countries. Absolutely wonderful to be here. And it's time for us to turn our attention to the cricket now. Here is a quick look at the two squads. Fazal, a lot of familiar names here.
Well, yes, I mean, you get the upper echelons of cricket coming out here. Irfan Pathan, Yusuf Pathan, Naman Oja, Subramaniam Badrinath, and take a look at those names there. Venkatesh Prasad, Sunil Joshi, you have Sujit Somsundar. And on the other side, you have a galaxy of stars from Sri Lanka One family. Marvan Attapattu, of course, the captain, Romesh Kalu, Viturana, Upal Taranga, Chaminda Vas. You have Gunaratne, you have Zoisa, the left-hand fast bowler, the legend there, Mutaya Murali Dharan, Tishan Tusara, Ravinda Pushpakumara, the fast bowler, and Ajit Mendris, the mystery spinner. It's nice to see all of them coming out here on this sun-kissed Saturday morning in Bangalore, just to support this One World, One Family Cup for 2025.
Well, certainly, legends aplenty. We certainly are in the midst of cricketing royalty. As we take a look at the two teams, Stuart Binney, Marvan Attapattu, Dodda Ganesh, familiar faces here. And who would have thought, first 2025, we're going to see Venkatesh Prasad potentially bowling to Marvan Attapattu. We're rolling back the years, aren't we?
Absolutely, and take a look at that. There he is, Venkatesh Prasad. I had the honor and the privilege to play alongside him, and I did play against Marvan Attapattu as well. Karnataka played a Sri Lankan side when they came down. It's a great atmosphere here, and we're just about moments away from the two national anthems.
Romesh Kalavidarna. Oh boy, he certainly was a nightmare for many, particularly some Indian bowlers back in the mid and late 90s. What a star he was alongside the great Sanat Jayasuriya. Nobody can forget the 1996 World Cup. But it's all about togetherness today. India and Sri Lanka are taking to the field, and that is what they will be playing for. The One World, One Family Cup, of wonderful looking trophy in the presence of the man who's made this all possible, Sadhguru Shri Madhusudan Sai. And right behind the two icons of the two countries, the great Sunny Gavaskar and the legend himself, Ravinda De Silva.
Well, he's pushing 73 or 74 if I'm not mistaken. The legend on the right, Sunil Gavaskar, and he looks as fit as a fiddle. And now closer to the screen, just take a look at Ravinda De Silva. He looks $1,000,000 as well, as they're just getting ready to unfurl the flags. a very somber moment this in this magnificent venue. There it is, the Indian flag, always a great feeling, isn't it, Navneet? And then as hosts we have the guests as well unfurling their flag. And what a great moment this is for cricket, for brotherhood. It just goes beyond cricket, isn't it?
And it's a relationship that has lasted a long, long time. India and Sri Lanka. And it's wonderful that it's cricket that's at the center of it all.
I request you all to rise once again for the national anthem of Sri Lanka. Please put your hands together for Team One World and Team One Family.
There he's pissed off.
One more time, we can all put our hands together for the two teams lined up right here at the One World, One Family Cup. A huge round of applause for the players.
Sadhguru Shri Madhusudan Sai greeting the Sri Lankan players, accompanied by Sunil Gavaskar and Aravinda De Silva. Lots of familiar faces, particularly to an Indian audience. Many in the Sri Lankan lineup: Marvanata Patu, Romesh Kalavirdanna, Chaminda Vas, the great Chaminda Vas. And now, turn to greet this Indian team. Manoj Tiwari, Venkatesh Prasad, the captain, Parthiv Patel, Piyush Chawla. And here he is, the star all-rounder, Irfan Pathan. Big brother on the right, Yusuf Pathan. One of Karnataka's greats, Sunil Joshi, Namanoja, Abhimanyu Muthun, Dodda Ganesh. Lots of Karnataka stars. Stars that, you know plenty about, Fazal.
That's Stuart Binney there, Sujit Somsundar, seeking the blessings of Sadhguru. And there they are. These are two of the greatest in the world of cricket, really. Two living legends for the respective countries. Sunil Gavaskar, need I say more? Just the name is enough. The two Pathan brothers there in an animated conversation with the Sadhguru. Irfan Pathan, never short of a word, is he? Where is he? And the rest of the side. And now, just standing next to that trophy, in this ground dressed in glitterati, sun-kissed morning here, just about 100 kilometers from Bangalore city. What's this? Well, just these exhilarating visuals, really. And take a look at the ground, the pitch. It looks a real belter of a pitch. Sri Lanka winning the toss, electing to field first. And photo ops. All this going into making this One World, One Family Cup 2025, the second edition, a grand success, isn't it? And the crowd there in the background filled the stadium. As we drove into the ground, Navneet, we had a lot of crowd walking in, queuing up to get into this magnificent stadium. I'm really shocked, I'm surprised pleasantly that you have this kind of facility, and it's really unused. It's really amazing. Just take a look at that. The aerial visuals are a treat, literally a sight for sore eyes. There's greenery all around, the facility, the healthcare, the education, the nutrition, it's all here.
And this ground that you spoke about, just a year old. The lighting of the torch to get us underway here in the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup. India and Sri Lanka coming together for one common cause to help make this world a better place, as the torch now will go around the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium, lit by Ravinda De Silva, Sunil Gavaskar and Sadhguru Sri Madhusudan Sai.
Yes, always a solemn moment, isn't it? You just take that run around the ground, involve everyone, and at the far end of the ground, well, we're just going all the way around the ground. Again, once again, just take a look at the facility. The running track is there. And just at the end of the ground is where that torch will go all the way up and signal the start of this One World, One Family Cup, the second edition. It's India One World versus Sri Lanka One Family, and we're all playing for a common cause. That is the mission of the Sadhguru is nutrition, education and healthcare.
In just 12 years, they've spread their impact across 80 countries. There it is, the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. As we see Subramaniam Badrinath padded up, it looks like he's going to be up and ready to be on the receiving end of the action when he takes center stage in just a bit. India will be batting first, One World India, and it's One Family Sri Lanka that will be bowling first. We're just about making our way to the giant flame that will be illuminated very shortly. A wonderful cause And it's the game that we love that's brought India and Sri Lanka together.
Well, there they are. The Indian batsmen ready to come out. They put into bat by Sri Lanka One family, winning the toss. Marwan Atapattu earlier this morning had no hesitation in fielding first. The torch is lit. We're just moments away from the beginning of this game. It's the One World, One Family Cup 2025. There it is in all its glory. It's really burning bright, isn't it? It is hot out there, but I guarantee you that things really hotting up as we see these stars on the park coming together for a common cause.
And that was Muthaiya Muralidharan that you saw warming up. Ajanta Mendes, Chaminda Vas. These are icons. Stuart Binney and Namanoja in the Indian dugout. Wow. I'll be honest with you. I never thought I'd be behind the mic commentating on a game that will see Marwan Atapattu, Muthaiya Muralidharan, Chaminda Vas and Romesh Kalavirtana.
Well, we keep talking about stalwarts and legends. We talk about Muralidharan, there he is on your screen. Marwan Atapattu is there, but Arvinda De Silva, I mean, what a game changer he's been for Sri Lanka, especially in that 96 World Cup century against India in the semi-finals. A half century in the semi-finals against India, and a finals he got a century and won the trophy for Sri Lanka.
It was against the mighty Aussies in the 1996 World Cup. Who will forget that knock? It was in Pakistan. An innings that will go down in cricketing folklore as one of the great knocks. One that gave Sri Lanka their first ever World Cup. And so many in this team that are in action today were a part of that 1996 victorious World Cup team. Chaminda Vas, as we see the two umpires make their way to the centre. A great occasion for these two umpires as well. A very different occasion. One that plays a big role in the betterment of society. That plays a big role in helping this world become a better place. A big thank you to everyone, to folks that are tuning in on a Saturday morning into our live broadcast. And isn't it a great sight to see the Indian flag and the Sri Lankan flag right next to each other, waving in unison. Sri Lanka come in for a quick huddle before we get started. Marwan Atapattu, the captain of One Family Sri Lanka, won the toss. Absolutely no hesitation in deciding to bowl first. Fazal, you were there for the pitch report. Not surprised by that decision by the skipper of the team winning the toss to bowl first?
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's been the trend in T20 nowadays, isn't it? You win the toss, you put the opposition into bat, you know what you can get. And with the altitude that Bangalore is at, 4s and 6s will be easily sought of. Especially now you see Sujit Somsundar on the right of your screen there. Namanoja closer to the... there he is in front, and Sujit Somsundar behind him. They'll be coming out to open India. Flags flying all over, the dancing in the aisles. It's a big moment this in this neck of the woods. One World, One Family 2025. Oh, the sea of white.
And also an opportunity for many here in Bangalore to see some of the icons of Karnataka cricket. Sunil Joshi, Venkatesh Prasad, Dodda Ganesh, Sujit Somsundar. So many from former Karnataka team to be playing here today. It was, well, the golden era of Karnataka cricket, wasn't it? For us, a lot of members from the Karnataka team during that time were a part of that Indian setup. Namanoja attacking right-handed bat at the top. We've seen him do plenty when it comes to T20 cricket with the bat in hand. And he's been given the task along with Sujit Somsundar, a local here.
Well, yes, there he is, Sujit Somsundar. Just the 2 matches for him, for India, best of 9. And well, he had a great domestic season that year. Unfortunately, couldn't do anything with the bat. Chaminda Vas, what a player he has been for Sri Lanka. Take a look at that, 322 matches. He's played 111 test matches, 322 ODIs, 277 first-class games for him. He's taken 355 test wickets, 400 ODI wickets, 772 first-class wickets. Need I say more? He's been an absolute gem, a jewel from the Emerald Isle.
And, well, it's also fair to admit that a lot of these bowlers have troubled the best of Indian batters during their glory days. And we're ready. The second edition of the One World, One Family Cup. It's One World India batting, One Family Sri Lanka bowling, and we're ready for action. And it's the great Chaminda Was from the far end to kickstart proceedings, bowling to the right-handed Naman Ojha.
3, 2, 1, game on, let's play.
Well, he's operating from the north end, and we just off and away, pulled away. That'll be a 4. First ball. What a start this for Naman Ojha, and one world.
And what a way to start the innings.
Just a gentle loosener from Chaminda Was, shot onto the legs of Naman Ojha, helps it along to a wide, fine leg. Easy pickings. Gentle warm-up delivery from Chaminda Was. I'll tell you what, he can be a lot more deadly than that. Yeah, immediately corrects his line, Fazal, as he very often did when he played India.
Well, he's been one of their real trusted sons. Chaminda Was, like I mentioned, 322 test wickets. Yeah, I just saw that the pitch, just a little coarse in texture, Navneet. I mean, it was a little rough when I put my hands on it. Take a look at that. You can see that there is grass on it, straw colored, rolled in nicely. It is a new pitch that the curator did tell me. So I'm hoping that the ball comes onto the bat, especially when it's nice and new with the lacquer on. There it is, comes into him, a little movement in. And Sujit Somsundar is off the mark as well. So he'll be lot relieved, will Sujit be, to watch from the non-striker's end.
Doesn't matter what the setting, what the occasion, when it's a game of cricket and you have a bat in hand, you want to get off the mark. Both these batters from One World India, they're off the mark, they're up and running. You were, once again, like I mentioned, Fazal Khalid, when you did the toss, what did you think? Good total on the surface, 20 overs of action?
Well, I'm just here to witness some really good cricket, Navneet. I mean, the score shouldn't really matter. I think they would get in excess of about 160, 170 for sure. The Indian team has a very good batting lineup as well. There are a few to come. That's the end of the over. After 1, India 7 for none.
It was just that loosener first up from Chaminda Was, but right after, he got the radar right. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Adiyar Ananda Bhavan, food sponsors, also Lions International, helping healthcare to reach those in need. A good first start from Chaminda Was. Only that boundary for Team India. A few singles right after. And for everyone tuning in, it's just about 10 minutes past 11 a.m. on a weekend. If you're just about tuning in for our action, this is the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup. Oh, that didn't have any bounce at all. It gave it a big wild swing. But another familiar face in Nuwan Zoisa, Fazal.
Well, yes, he's played quite a bit for Sri Lanka. Been one of their go-to bowlers back in the 90s as well. He's been in India I remember him coaching the Goa Ranji Trophy side for a couple of years, did very well with them. He along with Dodda Ganesh, who's playing for the India One World this morning. So they are up against each other, but they did the same thing for Goa. They were together. Just a wild heave, literally. And we were talking about Nuwan Zoysa. He wasn't the quickest when he played as well. And on a pitch like this, of course, you can see that he's gone on in age, but he still can get the ball. Probably a little, just lost a little of his zip. He's got the name, but he's lost a bit off the track.
Jogging into the popping crease, Zippy. He does swing the ball. We've seen that on many occasions. Nuwan Zoysa, he's a tall unit, a big unit. And I just get the sense that Sujit Somsundar and Namanoja just taking their time to get used to the pace of this wicket. It's a bit on the slower side.
It's a bit on the slower side, this wicket. Yeah, just wait for the ball to come onto the bat. Equal dimensions around, all around this wicket, Fuzz. But what a backdrop this is. Absolutely fabulous setting.
Just take a look at the camera panning from left to right. Sujit Somsundar, he always loved that square cut trifle in the air. Lucky that it didn't carry to that fielder at point. Gets the single. Yeah, you were mentioning about the pitch. It is going to be a little slow because the sun is really shining really bright. It's baked the surface of whatever little moisture was there, has evaporated. It's 11 a.m. start. Should be called a wide. Yeah, Zippy has certainly lost that zip.
Yeah. In his defense, he's rolled forward a few years. It's just really nice to see them back on the cricket field. Chaminda Vas, Nuwan Zoysa. Wait till you see Muthaiya Muralidharan. Just a little bit of bounce there. That's a good first over from Zippy. Just the 3 off it. 10 for no loss in 2. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would also like to thank Coforge for helping build the infrastructure here. Autumn for supporting our nurses and so many that have helped play a role here in making this happen. So many of our partners that have come together for this cause in helping this become bigger and better from every season. It started off last season in the presence of the great Sachin Tendulkar and Yuvraj Singh. And we've certainly been amidst cricketing royalty today as well. The great J.R. Vishwanath very much amongst us. As Chaminda Vas continues from the north end, drifts one down the leg side.
Wow, Sujit Somsundar just playing that, trying to leg glance. It misses that ball completely. There was a little bit of pace on that delivery. I wonder what would Sujit be doing if it was on the stumps. Ah, nicely. This is a Sujit of old. Played a lot of cricket with him right from the under 15s, all the age group, right up to Ranji Trophy. And he's always been a good square cutter of the ball. He can hit some really big ones down the ground. We'll see that a little later, but can he get his eye in? There it is again, straight to the fielder. He relishes those short deliveries outside that off stump. Yeah, he's just a little past 50 years of age himself. I'm talking about when he was about 20. That would have gone fiercely into the boundary cushions.
Yeah, just bear with me while my co-commentator Fazal Khalil gets a bit nostalgic here. Faz, you'd love to be in the center with your pads on and a bat in hand with this kind of setting.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm happy being here in the cool confines of the commentary box with you for company, Navneet.
Well,
if you really want to know where I'd like to be, apart from the cricket ground, be on the golf course.
Once again to that backward point fielder. He certainly has got his radar right, Chaminda Vas. But it's what he's done to every 90s Indian cricket fan. Every time an Indian batter is facing Chaminda Vas, you're expecting that in-swing and shattering the off stump or the middle stump or that appeal for an LBW.
Yeah, you're right. He did have that ability to bring the ball in, and once the left-hander bowling over the wicket has the ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander, creates that little bit of a gap between bat and pad, and if he can get that one to go straight, come in and go between the bat and pad, he would get either an LBW or a bold. And we've seen some Chaminda Vas doing it on numerous occasions, not only to the Indians but the world over.
Oh, right on cue! Chaminda Vas does what he does best. An in-swinger to a right-hander, shattering the stumps.
Well, I could just do a little bit of soothsaying, can't I? Ball pitched, came in, gap between bat and pad, and see you later is what he says. Sujit Somsundar is on his way back to the pavilion for a nice early shot. And there it is, gone for 3, bowled Chaminda Vas, and in the after 3, India 13 for 1.
And the new batsman walking in for India, one world, is the legendary Badrinath.
First wicket down for One World India. As Badrinath makes his way to the centre at number 3. The Annapurna Trust would also like to thank the Government of Karnataka for ensuring nutrition for the school-going children.
We won! We won!
And it's advantage Sri Lanka early on in this matchup. Also a big thank you to Dell Technologies. Back here, live action. Noan Zoisa from the south end. And he gets treated to a boundary. A lucky thick outside edge from the bat of Namanoja. 4 runs.
Leading a charmed life, isn't he? After bowling of Noan Zoisa, just not carrying to that field at backward of point as Mutaya Muralidharan. Much better. Let the ball come on to you, wait for it, and then get set. Once you're set on this pitch, then you can make the play. Get those big hits down the ground. Not too big a boundary. It's about 67, 70 yards. Not really big, considering the modern day cricketers use those bats which are more like the trunk of a tree.
But isn't it wonderful? Shri Madhusudan Sai Humanitarian Mission coming and making this possible. Subramaniam Badrinath comes in at number 3. Comes from Tamil Nadu. One of the best that Tamil Nadu have produced. As Namanoja decides to go aerial for the first time. A slowish, sluggish outfield will plonk itself right outside the 30-yard circle. And 2 more runs to Namanoja.
He is not mugging around, is he? He's just very clear that he wants to get on with it from the get-go. Namanoja 14 of 13. He's done really well. Another heave from outside that off stump. No real timing due to the nature of the pitch. You did mention a heavy outfield. It's really lush and it's really grown. The curator was mentioning that's about 10 or 12 millimeters the ground, and that's a lot for a cricketing ground. It's a soft ground, so that'll be good for the underfooting of the fielders. Won't get them tired so soon. Not like the hard grounds that we've been used to in Bangalore and around the country. But nowadays, player comfort comes first.
He's cut that to precision between the 2 fielders, backward of square on the offside. And Naman picks up his second boundary to finish number 4. 23 for 1. One World India. Have a look at that. Waited on it. And a gorgeous square cut. to get India into the 20s. As Namanoja now moves to 18. The Prashanti Balamindra Trust. We'd also like to thank Rotary International and Canara Bank as well for supporting healthcare through technology. It really is two countries coming together for a wonderful cause. Here's a familiar face, Fazal. Ravindra Pushpakumara.
24 wickets in his 31 matches. Ravindra Pushpakumara, he's put on a lot of weight around that tummy, hasn't he? He was lean, mean when he played. There's a little bit of tail in, driven beautifully. Despite the heavy outfield, will fetch a boundary. Badrinath off the mark with a gorgeous boundary through the offside. First ball boundary for Badrinath will be making him feel so good, isn't it? Take a look at that. Everything right about it. He's a commentator now, Badrinath, and he'll be in the commentary box explaining that cover drive. Dabbed down to third man. Just the single, nicely fielded. Yeah. Everything right about that cover drive from Badrinath. The foot to the pitch of the ball, head over it, high left elbow, bat leading through the shot. A treat to watch really. And this was a good effort this at third man, despite the heavy outfield like you mentioned, Navneet.
And listen, these are players that are not in their 20s or 30s. It's going to take a bit of a special effort to save some boundaries, much like this hit. It gets a few bounces before it reaches the fence. Namanoja is on the go and he gets into the 20s.
Well, yes, he was a lot quicker than, like you said, you're not in their 20s. He's probably close to 50 himself. I remember playing him in Hyderabad in a Moinuddaulah game. He was really quick, was Pushpakumara. Oh, that'll go. That's in the air. There is a fielder, but he just watch it sail over his head. That's the first six in this One World, One Family Cup coming off the bat of Namanoja. Races along to 28 of 17.
India are on the prowl now. Was gifted that loosener by Pushpakumara onto the pads of Namanoja. Picked it up with absolute brilliance. This has been a good over for One World India. 15 coming off the first 4. I wonder if we're going to see Ravindra Pushpakumara just rev it up a few notches. Nobody moves except the ball boy at the boundary line. This is a good over for India, particularly for Namanoja.
Well, the good part about it is he just threw the bat at it. It was wide, he wasn't balanced, but there it is. He knew instantly that he had runs written all over it, didn't look to play it down, hence there was no roll of the wrist, and just hit it in the air and carried on that way. Lucky for him, it went between the two fielders.
Much better. Tidy from Pushpakumara to finish number 5. But a good over for India, 42 for 1 in 5.
Switching gears there. End of 5 overs.
The Prashanti Balamandira Trust once again would like to thank the Rotary International for their support in bringing this cause together, and also to Canara Bank and the usage of technology.
Every boundary, every maximum goes to
in making healthcare as beneficial as possible.
Healthcare, let it be education.
42 for 1, One World India. Good solid start. Badrinath has had a gorgeous cover drive to his name to get off the mark. I was just going to ask you, how much longer before we see the magicians Muthaiya Muralidharan and Ajinta Mendes, Faz?
India! India!
It's going to be Mirando now from the south end.
Well, I'm sure everyone's asking the same question. When would we see Ajanta Mendes? When would we see Muthaiya Muralidharan? But I can assure you, they'll be on the bowling crease sooner than later. Nicely played, but straight to the field. Badrinath is looking in fine fettle. He's looking in good form.
Star-studded team, this Indian team. The Pathan brothers will be in action very shortly. There you go, the Indian dugout. That stayed on with the angle. Just the single. I wonder if we're going to see a few doubles here, Fazal, today.
Restricting the team just one round there.
You're a very demanding person, aren't you? You want to see Murtaya Muralidharan early, you want to see the boundaries, you want to see them run. 4 seasons in one day for Navneet.
We've already seen a big one from the bat of Namanoja. Tilan Tusara Mirando. Absolutely brilliant. Picked that up on the full. Finds the gap. Not a fielder moves. They didn't have to, because it dissected mid-wicket and mid-on to precision.
Well, he took it on the full. He knew where the fielders were. The good thing is he let the ball come to him and just used his bottom hand to get the gap. The placement was fabulous from Namanoja. He's looking really good. Moved on to 36 of 20, 37 now of 21. And he's looking really good, is Namanoja.
How fabulous is this? The Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium, right in the outskirts of Namma Bengaluru. It's got a great running track around the boundary line. That's another good looking cover drive from Subramaniam Badrinath. He likes it out there. A busy broadcaster at the moment, Badrinath, where in his glory days racked up plenty of runs for Tamil Nadu. One final delivery left here in the 6th over. And he goes for the big one once again. There is no fielder behind mid-on. Will that find the boundary? Just about trickles past the boundary line. Namanoja into the 40s. India 53 for 1.
Just stood there and watched that ball sail over the infield and just roll into those boundary cushions. Namanoja races now to 41. The 50 of the India innings comes as well.
Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Infosys Foundation, supporting the health of mothers and children. Plenty of stars yet to come when it comes to this Indian batting lineup, but here he is, the magician, the mystery spinner. He's done it at the grandest stage of them all. Ajanta Mendis burst onto the international scene, made an impact right away. It starts off with a loosener shot delivery. We didn't see too many of that when he troubled batters around the world.
Ajanta Mendis, I remember when he came onto the scene, shocked everyone, didn't he? Especially in the IPL as well. Turned out for the KKR, played really well for them. That's in the air, that's put away into the stands she goes. Naman Oja moves closer to that half century in this big game, the One World, One Family Cup.
There isn't much turn for Ajanta Mendis, so less of that mystery, which means it's going to come on with the arm, and Namanoja says thank you, I'll have a little bit of that. One bounce on that running track. Oh, that's that's as loose a delivery as we'll ever see.
Eyes on the umpire. Everyone signaling for
Full toss, another boundary. And that also means it's going to be a half century for Namanoja. Comes in double quick time. A strike rate of 212. He's dealing with the big ones. I'm not too sure he's hit that well. A couple of fielders coming in. Lucky to get away with that, Namanoja.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands
52
together
of
for the
25
first
in a score of
half-century.
65 for 1, and we just in the 7th over, just out of the power play. He's picked the gap as well, running away to the boundary.
Yes, no,
It's a
yes,
good effort,
no.
great effort this.
Brilliant.
Gunaratne it was. Excellent dive, a slide to pull it back just in time. Well, he certainly has been on the money, Namanoja. Have a look at that strike rate. Found the boundary many a times. And Badrinath at the moment happy to be the quieter of the two. 7 completed. It is 68 for 1 for One World India. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank HDFC Bank for using technology in supporting healthcare. And a big thank you to all our partners
A lot of action on
in
ready.
helping make
We
this
want
happen.
next.
The
We want.
Sri Madhusudan Sai Humanitarian Mission is a cause that is certainly spread across 80 countries, and a big thank you to HDFC Bank as well, impacting lives, millions of them around the world. And have a look at who is in the center with the ball in hand. One of the greatest to ever played the game. Nobody has done it better than this man, Muthaiya Muralidharan, in action from the south end.
Yes, Mullah.
Well, Fazal, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when we say Muthaiya Muralidharan?
The first thing that comes to my mind, he's played 133 test matches. He's picked up 350 ODI wickets. I mean, he's just up there, like I mentioned earlier, in the upper echelons of cricketing royalty, really. Take a look at that. He just held that one back. Namanoja was not there, but he still managed to get that away.
800 international wickets. It's an absurd number. Nobody has obviously gotten close to that. And he gets a wicket in just his 4th delivery. Namanoja made light work of the medium paces. It's Muthaiya Muralidharan that comes in to make an impact. And one family Sri Lanka get wicket number 2.
Yeah, that writing was on the wall, the way Namanoja was throwing his bat around, and he's picked probably the tallest fielder on the park. Really easy catch for Nuan Zoisa. Namanoja gone for a very well made 53 of just 27, and now India 71 for 2 in the 8th.
It almost feels like it's 1996 all over again. Muthaiya Muralidharan comes in, Muthaiya Muralidharan picks up a wicket. And it makes way for Manoj Tiwari to come into the center to join Badrinath. Smiles around. The youngsters, fair to call these two youngsters in comparison to Muthaiya Muralidharan, Faz, Badrinath and Manoj Tiwari.
Well, yes, I mean, just look at him. He looks so fit himself, does Muthaiya Muralidharan, doesn't he? And then the new man, Manoj Tiwari. He's just played first-class cricket. So he's not that much of a veteran. Oh, that turn and had Manoj Tiwari in all sorts of trouble. Immediately gesturing to the umpire, imploring him really for that wide. So can we see another top edge? Sweep is definitely on the cards. This time a reverse sweep will get a boundary. Manoj Tiwari in this One World, One Family Cup on a Saturday morning is off and away.
Yeah, like you said, the sweep was coming out, except that it was the reverse sweep. Executed to perfection. 8 overs completed, a successful one for the great man, Muthaiya Muralidharan. One World India, 75 for 2 at the end of 8.
8 overs, 75 for 2. Great score.
Prashanti Bala Mandira Trust. Would also like to say a big thank you to Bharat Cares, supporting healthcare through technology. Sponsors, our partners have played a big role in making this happen, and it isn't just for this one day, but over the course of the entire year and many years running. Our partners, sponsors have played a big role in spreading the impact of this mission. One World, One Family. Change of bowling. Left arm pace aplenty. We saw Chaminda Vas, we saw Nuwan Zoesa, and Tilan will continue, this time from the north end.
That's one leg. Center.
Current run rate 9.31, and that was thanks to Namanoja's blitzkrieg. Really, can these two carry on the good work that Nuwan Zoisa, the Namanoja has done? Just taking their time, getting set. Like I did mention, Navneet, once you get set on this track, though it's a slow one, you know, you'd see a lot of horizontal shots, a lot of cut, a lot of sweeps. You'll need to come down the track and hit them over the top. 104 is his best in 12 matches in his ODI career. Unfortunately cut short by injury. Down the track, a little bit of zip of this pitch as well if you bend your back.
Absolutely. India going along at a good run rate. We're going to talk about the cricket most certainly, but today is a lot more than just the cricket. Two countries that have played so much cricket against each other. They've been absolute rivals on the field on big stages like the World Cups. But today, it's all about togetherness. It's India and Sri Lanka coming together for a common cause, a cause to help make this world a better place. And Shri Madhusudan Sai Humanitarian Mission has played a massive role over the last 12 years in impacting millions around the world. There he is.
Well, he's such a affable person, it appears, isn't it? I mean, he's so eloquent. The way he spoke, kept his speech really short, really sweet, conveyed all the messages that he needed to. Thank each and every one. Thank the great Sunil Gavaskar, Arvinda De Silva. Thank the entire Sri Lankan side, and just extempore, really. There was no prepared speech. There was nothing of the sorts. He just came out there and just spoke his mind, and how clear his mission was, how clear the vision was. To his left, Sunil Gavaskar has been a driving force in that endeavor as well. He was there last year. It was the 18th of Jan. Oh, it's in the air. Oh, what a catch! A great catch this. Marwan Atapattu, the skipper, sets the example for the rest to follow.
No way we saw this from Marwan Atapattu. It's 20-25. Have a look at this. He pulls off a screamer. Badrinath almost top edges that. He was hoping that it would escape. A Marwan Atapattu leaping backwards. Well, I wonder if he surprised himself by getting that one. Moment of brilliance by the skipper of One Family Sri Lanka. India lose number 3, 79 for 3. Here comes the big man. One thing's for sure, if you're sitting in the stands, beware. Yusuf Pathan comes in to the center. That's his ODI career, but in the shortest format of the game, he is one of the best that India has produced. In his glory days, this man hit it further than any batsman could. India's run rate has come down just a tad bit under 9 to the over, but a couple of good overs for Sri Lanka. 54 years of age, Marva Natapattu. Oh! Did that find any of the pads at all? Or will that run away to the boundary? It beat the batter, it beat the keeper. Never easy keeping to Muttiah Muralidharan.
Manoj Tiwari is just riding on that luck. Just take a look at this man on your screen and take a look at this for an effort. Just a reverse sweep again. This time, turns a mile. He can turn it on a glass top, can't he, Muttiah Muralidharan? But just take a look at this for an effort. This is skipper of the Sri Lankan side, 54 years of age he is, and what a catch. Absolute beauty.
Can you pull one of those off, Fuzz? You're into your 50s?
Well, in my dreams for sure.
Look at that! Plucks that out of thin air. He's got turn, Fuzz. There's flight, there's the guile of Muttiah Muralidharan, the drift, the turn off the surface. He's surely not left the scene, has he? He's got a bit of that magic very much intact.
There it is again. He just got the timing of the jump right. And years of experience, years of practice there on display. Doesn't come easy, Navneet. The practice that he's put in all those years back is still holding him in good stead. That's a better way of playing him. Come down the track, meet the ball just as it turns, come to the pitch of the ball and you'll get the runs. You can't stand there and hope for things to happen like Manoj Tiwari was.
Manoj Tiwari a lot younger than the great Muttiah Muralidharan, but respect being shown by the youngster. And expect nothing less when you're taking on this man. Have a look at that. This is vintage stuff. It almost feels like we're in the late 90s watching Muttiah Muralidharan in action. Isn't this a wonderful sight? A great over this for Sri Lanka. This one's a lot bigger. Right above the commentary box, it thuds into the stands. Manoj Tiwari gets going with a big mighty 6 to end number 10.
Well, I was for a moment there, was just wondering whether it's coming straight into our commentary box. Yeah, just to the left of where that ball went is where we were. It went sailing over us.
Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank NSIL, healing the hearts of those indeed in need. Like we said, there are so many that have played a vital role in impacting the lives of millions around. We'd also like to thank NSIL. Here's a quick look. We're halfway through the first innings here, 10 overs in. India will be happy that they've gotten the runs. Sri Lanka will be pretty happy how they've pulled things back in the last 3 overs, Fazal.
Just take a look at that. Naman Oja, 53. And this is how he got them. Early in the morning, it wasn't very easy when he came out to bat. But then he just used the long handle to good effect. Backed himself, cut really well. He was really severe on anything that was pitched up. Bold shot, that was the best of them all. Sailed into the crowd. A few gifts by the bowler as well. A nice 50 in this big game, the One World, One Family Cup 2025. Let's take a look at the bowling card. Chaminda Vas, just the 1 wicket for 10 runs. None for 13. Nuan Zoysa, slightly expensive. And then that man, Muralidharan, 1 for 19. Brilliantly caught by Marwan Atapattu was a Badrinath of the bowling of Mukaya Muralidharan. These 2 overs have cost 19 runs and that 1 wicket. He's really getting the ball to talk like he normally does. In the middle, Yusuf Pathan, can he really treat this huge crowd at this beautiful stadium to some scintillating stroke play? Well, we just have to wait and watch. Take a look at that. They've come braving the heat. The sun is really baking this ground. Let's take a look at that. They're there. Oh, there the umbrellas are out. It's not for the rain, it's for the sun. And really good. Right, bright and early they were here. We saw the legendary Sunil Gavaskar, G.R. Vishwanath. They all came out here nice and early. Good felicitation for G.R. Vishwanath. There's Sadhguru on the left of your screen. To his left is Sunil Manohar Gavaskar, who's been a driving force in the vision of this mission. He's been there right from the get-go. He was there the last year, Jan 18th was when this ground was inaugurated. 12 years on, this mission is looking at greater things in the future.
You spoke about the great Sunny Gavaskar. On his 72nd birthday in 2021, he pledged to help 34 children, 1 for each of his test centuries, through the Heart to Heart Foundation and the Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani hospitals. Oh, that is Yusuf Pathan at his powerful best. 1 bounce over the boundary. A big man muscles that over mid-off.
Well, if you're going to bowl there to Yusuf Pathan, he's going to hit you all day long and perhaps into the night as well. Take a look at that. In the slot, right in his arc, mid-off, inside the circle. Brute power. This good part is he was looking to hit the ball down the ground and not across it. You play straight on this pitch, you will get full value for shots. That'll be a boundary as well. So he can do it with brute force, and he shows us with some deft touches as well.
How about that? On opposite sides of the ground. First down the ground. This one back past the keeper. Very nicely done from Yusuf Pathan. He's up and running. It'll take something special to keep this man quiet. Don't matter who's bowling at him. Yusuf Pathan will back himself. He cuts ferociously. Despite it ricocheting off the backward point fielder, it'll find the boundary, and the 100 for 1 World India comes up. Yusuf Pathan on the run.
Back-to-back boundaries, aren't there? 3 in different parts of the ground. 1 down the ground, 1 to third man, and now this authentic back cut. No chance for the fielder at point. I don't think he even wanted to get a hand to it. That's how fiercely it was hit. Appreciated by the legend. It's really got brute power, does Yusuf Pathan. That's one for technology. That's the umpire cam. We'll take a look at it again. A great view for the umpire. There it is. Just take a look. That's from the square leg. And then he gets a nice view. Oh, brilliant. Technology is always a treat, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's nice to use technology wherever possible and to give us different views. How good is that? Right on top of the hat of the umpire. The best seat in the house, most certainly. Manoj Tiwari on strike now. India have picked up 13. There you go. The umpire cam. Look at that. What a view he's got. You want to see Yusuf Pathan in full flow. That's where you want to be, right in the center, in the thick of it all.
Well, you want to be in the center for sure, but with the kind of force that Yusuf Pathan strikes with, the umpire is about 15 feet behind the stumps. He's in the line of fire for sure. Oh, you don't want to be in front of someone like Yusuf Pathan or a Chris Gale. Look at that. Non-striker is all geared up, but the umpire, oof.
Get the helmet on, maybe. Put that camera on a helmet, not a hat. 11 completed. A good start for India, but well pulled back by the Sri Lankan. 105 for 3 in 11. Prashanti Bala Mandira Trust would like to thank Infosys Foundation, supporting the health of mothers and children. Dell Technologies, Infosys Foundation, and so many of these companies that have played a massive role in helping bring technology and healthcare together. There he is. We certainly are in the midst of cricketing royalty, the great G.R. Vishwanath. Well, he was felicitated earlier today to mark 50 years of that iconic 97 not out against the West Indies. An innings that will go down as one of the greatest innings played by an Indian batter. And it was nice to see him reminisce that innings earlier today, Fuzz, when he spoke at length about facing Andy Roberts and the greats.
Oh, well, yeah, I've heard it from him on many occasions, and every time I listen to it, it always seems more interesting than the time that he said it before. Especially the way that he cut the ball, and it was fielded at third man, and he didn't want to take the single, and then he was forced to take the single and expose B.S. Chandrasekhar to 5 deliveries, and unfortunately he couldn't play that, and we heard Chandra saying that as well. But just spare a thought for the man. I mean, the personality of this gentleman on your screen, he's so soft spoken, he's a perfect gentleman. He has time for everyone. We meet him a lot at the KSCA. He plays a lot of golf as well, so I meet him at the golf club. Well, he's always got time for anyone who comes and asks him for cricketing advice, a normal conversation, and I kid you not, Navneet, he's got a great sense of humor. He's got an absolutely great sense of humor. He makes light of most situations. Well, it's the personality behind that person that comes really to the fore. I mean, I'm a big fan of GRV.
Oh, how about that? Asala Gunaratne got that to turn away from the right-hander. 12 completed, 108 for 3.
Well, the Annapurna Trust would like to thank the government of Telangana, empowering the future with fortified nutrition.
Gallery 1.
There it is, another view of this gorgeous stadium here, just about 80 to 100 kilometers outside the city of Bangalore, in this village, Muddenahalli, this Sai Krishnan cricket stadium, dressed up in all its glory. Current run rate, 9 runs to the over. Manoj Tiwari on 20 of 15. Yusuf Pathan, a quick fire, 15 of 7. Well, if they go at the current rate, they will get 180. That wide call there by the umpire. If they go at 13s from here, Navneet, they'll get to a 213. Can we see 200 runs scored on this ground, on this pitch, and to just doing it in singles at the moment now with Yusuf Pathan on strike. Can he pitch one up? Can we see one sailing into the crowds? The helmet is on for Manoj Tiwari. Yusuf Pathan with the county cap. 3 extras in this total of 110. 9.04. Partnership 31. Nicely bowled. Back of length. Hitting those hard areas is Nuwan Zoisa. Keeping Yusuf Pathan quiet will take some work from Sri Lanka. And that's the brother, the younger one. He's no mean batsman. He's got a couple of hundreds in Test cricket as well. You've seen what he can do with the ball in Australia, in Pakistan in 2004 when they went there. A misfield will get him runs, 2 for sure. Just ambling back for 2.
Definitely saved a boundary there. Number 9.
He had to reach out for that from outside off stump. Manoj Tiwari. A tidy here from Nuwan Zoisa. And not easy. He struck that well. He certainly did well to save 2 runs. Manoj Tiwari comes down the track. Manoj Tiwari finds the boundary.
Manoj Tiwari has played one of the most difficult shots in the cricketing manual. Take a look at that. Down the track, created a little bit of room over extra cover. Just backing his ability. There it is, just leg side of the ball over extra cover. Very, very difficult shot. Applause there by Mrs. Venkatesh Prasad.
He's given that a good swing. How far? Far enough.
And that's
A 4 and a 6. And India are once again on the move.
right now.
Well, yes, down the track again, this time fetching it from outside their off stump and giving it that full Monty. The good part is he just continued with the shot, didn't bail out, even though he was not to the pitch of the ball. It's been really expensive, has Nuwan Zoisa today. 2.5 overs have cost him 28 runs. Now it's 9.58 runs to the over. Ooh. It's a uneventful last ball. That's the end of over number 13. 1, 2, 3 for 3 are India.
On the board, 6 children provided with food and hope. Every boundary, 4 runs.
Well, the Bal Shanti, the Prashanti Bal Mandira Trust would like to thank Bharat Cares supporting healthcare through technology. Always good to have technology as part of life, isn't it?
Whether it's cricket or healthcare, it's right at the center of it all. A big thank you to Bharat Cares and a big thank you to all our partners and sponsors. It's taken an entire army to bring this together. How about that? Ooh! That is a trademark Ajanta Mendes almost, where it was Asela Gunaratne bowling. Well, similar, isn't he? Yusuf Pathan missed out on the first one. Gets plenty behind that. But excellent piece of fielding at long off. That certainly went quickly to him.
Well, I tell you what, Navneet, where we are, it's a really good piece of fielding. Where we are positioned in the commentary box is just in the hitting arc for Yusuf Pathan. And I'm telling you, when this, when he comes on strike, Asala will bowl outside that off stump and we'll be in trouble.
He goes for the reverse sweep. He finds the gap and he finds another boundary. It was all Namanoja in the first half of this innings and it's all Manoj Tiwari now.
Well, if he can't do it with the conventional sweep, he does it with the reverse sweep. Manoj Tiwari has been turning out for Bengal in the last couple of seasons of the Ranji Trophy and has done really well. Got a couple of hundreds in domestic cricket, so he's in form. He's not as veteran as the rest of them on the park. And look at him; he's strongly built. Yeah, he's also in in politics as well. He's a member of parliament. So he's donning many hats, is Manoj Tiwari.
At the moment, he certainly is doing a good job with the hat that he's donning, that of a batter. 14 completed, 130 for 3. 1 World India, 6 overs remaining. It's a good over rate that has been maintained as well. Each One Educate One Foundation would like to thank Sabre, promoting higher secondary and medical education. Have a look at that. It's almost like the 5 petals. Just beautiful to look at.
So I will say
Certainly is
and you have to clap
one of the most picturesque grounds you'll ever see. Just making our way to the ground in itself was quite stunning. And we'll try to give you a glimpse of the backdrop of the mountains as well. It's what makes it even more special. It's pretty hot. So not a bad idea that you get yourself a seat under the shade. There you go. That's the backdrop we're talking about. How fabulous that does that look. Right in the outskirts of here, Namma Bengaluru here, is this stunning ground, the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. Those drone shots, those aerial view shots of this stadium. Chances are we're going to see a lot more cricket here, Fuzz.
Well, I'm certainly hoping that KSCA takes note of such a beautiful ground and conducts a few Ranji Trophy games here as well, provided they are allowed to by the Sadhguru. I'm sure he will love to have a first-class game here or an international game here as well. It's a great setting. It's just the traffic of Bangalore that gets to everyone, doesn't it? That is a beautiful hit, this. Straight to the fielder, the protection was there in the right place, and now Yusuf Pathan comes on strike and Ravindra Pushpakumara will get it to a tail into him. Can we see one over mid-on, mid-wicket?
You can see.
There we have a boundary.
Gets a double on that full toss there.
Score 134 134 for 3.
Well, the ground looks so beautiful and lush. I mean, it would be a real... Take a look at that. I mean, why wouldn't anyone want to come and play here? I mean, you're in the lap of nature, the hills there for company. It's a beautiful shot, this. I just picked it up from middle and off and put it away over mid-wicket. He's looking in good touch, is Yusuf Pathan.
Was that Manoj Tiwari? It was. Excellent usage of the wrist. Gave it a good flick. Sped away to the boundary. He goes for that swing once again. Close to that wide line, not signalled a wide. 15 completed, 75% through this innings here. 139 for 3 India. Going at a little over 9 to the over. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Bharat Petroleum, supporting healthcare to technology, and Canara Bank as well. Like we said, it's just a wonderful occasion. It's coming together thanks to cricket. We couldn't have asked for it to happen in any other way. Have a look at the projected scores. India continue at the current rate. They'll get close to 190. They certainly will be targeting something in excess of 200 with the likes of Stuart Binney and Irfan Pathan to come. India will fancy themselves in the last 5 overs. That's the Indian dugout. The captain there with the shades on, Venkatesh Prasad, on the right of your screen, Irfan Pathan, Badrinath. What's the first memory that comes to your mind when we talk about India and Sri Lanka and cricket?
Well, the first memory that comes to my mind is a semi-final game at Eden Gardens, you know. They were none for two after winning the toss. Azharuddin decided to field first, where most people thought he should have batted first.
Well, it's time to
And
ask
they
what
were,
we want.
Down by 2
We
wickets
want.
on the board. And then you had Arvinder
Innu Joshirli, Hoshirli, Sanderli, we
all parts of
want.
the ground, scored that magnificent 50. I think Ranatunga got a few runs as well. And then when we came out to bat, just not chasing a very big total. I think it was about just over 220, 230. I'm not sure what it was. But then we looked good till the great Sachin Tendulkar was at the crease. We were in the hunt. And just as he got out, Murali Dharan was over India like a rash. So I still remember that match, and believe me, it still hurts. You know, we were tipped to win the World Cup. We had it in the bag, and all of a sudden, within a matter of about half an hour, the entire game went towards Sri Lanka, and the crowd in the Eden Gardens went absolutely berserk. They went ballistic, and they had to call off the game and award the game to Sri Lanka. And that's probably, I can't tell you, you know, as kids growing up, how much it hurt us to see our heroes walking back to the dressing room, Navneet, and we were out of that World Cup. You know, it was just unbelievable.
We want.
Oh, is that a wicket? Yes, it is. Sharp catch. Muthaiya Muralidharan, in fact, I think is the one who took that catch at short fine leg. Well, the great man has got the speed wheels on, was sharp on that occasion.
Well, yes, take a look at that for athleticism. He was there, he tumbled over, and it just doesn't look like he's left the cricket field at all. Muthaiya Muralidharan is in the thick of the action here in this One World, One Family Cup. Manoj Tiwari gone for a well-made 44. And after 16 overs, India 142 for 4.
Every wicket down is like every step we take which leads to us.
Well, the Annapurna Trust would like to thank the Kempegowda International Airport Foundation supporting morning nutrition for Indian children. What a great initiative by the Kempegowda International Airport Foundation.
As we have the two brothers in the house, as Irfan Pathan takes to the field.
A great over rate. We've gone through these 16 overs pretty quickly. To everyone tuning in, this is the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup. It started off last year amidst cricketing stars, and it's no different this time around. Speak about cricketing stars, look who's on your screen, and look who's in the center. It's the two brothers in the center. Irfan Pathan joins Yusuf Pathan. Two superstar all-rounders that the country has produced and played a big role in that World Cup winning campaign in 2007. In very much this format, the first ever T20 World Cup, Yusuf and Irfan were there. Look at that, lots of people that have made their way here to the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. Ravindra Pushpakumara comes in for his third. He's been pretty expensive. Oh, he has spin muscle.
And there we go.
Well, you certainly didn't want your hand to come in the way of that rocket, because that thudded past. And a mighty six.
Well, this is the second time we've seen that happen in the slot, mid-off inside the circle. A free hit really for Yusuf Pathan. All he needed to do was get bat on ball. That's much better. Changing it up a bit, the slower off break. A smile from Yusuf Pathan to his brother at the other end. It's nice to see the two brothers in the middle, isn't it? We saw them turn out for India, and now we see them turn out for One World India in this huge cause. That'll be 4 as well. Beautifully struck this, over the top, one bounce, crashes into the boundary hoardings.
He's a bona fide entertainer, isn't he? You don't want to give him a juicy full toss outside off. He'll take that all day long. Sweet contact, opens the face of the bat, slices it. One bounce over the boundary. He's picked up 10. He's racing along at 165 strike rate. It's much better when you keep it that much fuller. Makes it harder for Yusuf to get under and get any sort of elevation at all. Muthaiya Muralidharan. What a catch he pulled off. And Mavanatapattu as well. 2 top catches from veterans.
Turn to you, bacha.
That's a good looking cover drive to get off the mark. Irfan Pathan this time. Great servants of Indian cricket, the Pathan brothers. Played big roles in helping India win World Cups. He's muscled that downtown. No chance whatsoever for long on. It's been a great over for Yusuf Pathan. And Ravindra Pushpakumara finds it difficult.
16 runs of that over from Ravindra Pushpakumara down the ground. Absolutely no chance for long on. Despite the slowness of the outfield, the power of this man, the power that he generates, the bat speed that goes through the ball is phenomenal. And he has a little word to say. The Prashanti Bal Mandir Trust would like to thank ICICI Foundation for supporting healthcare through technology. Thank you, ICICI Foundation.
Just the 3 overs remain in this first innings. Fabulous score in that India have already put up. They'll certainly have 200 on their minds, but they'll have to deal with this man. Muthaiya Muralidharan. Just the 2 overs so far, 19 off the first 2. Comes in bowling to the left-hander.
Well, it's nice to see that Muthaiya Muralidharan, he has 2 overs left. He'll be bowling the 18th and perhaps the 20th as well. So he still wants to come out there and bowl when it matters the most in those real crucial moments of the game. That's why he's such a superstar of world cricket, Muthaiya Muralidharan. Take a look at the number on his the jersey, Navneet. 800. That signifies the number of international wickets that he's taken.
Got fair, is it? Yeah, no, nice.
Shot delivery. Yusuf Pathan had all the time in the world to pick his spot, and he picked it to precision. Finds the gap on the leg side, another boundary.
Well, that's the reputation of this man, Yusuf Pathan. Just preempting that he'll come down the track, dropped it short, just rocked back and helped himself to a nice easy boundary. Now he's going to go down the ground, and again, oh, I'm waiting for the one, that big hit down the ground, which goes over our commentary box, crashes into the roof of the stadium. Come on, Yusuf, you can do that. Yeah, that's what we're wanting you to do.
Yeah, he's just waiting for a bit of flight, some air to be given by Muthaiya Muralidharan.
That ain't happening.
Yeah, we've never seen that happen at all. He just find it that much harder as a left-hander to deal with Muthaiya Muralidharan, don't you? Spinning away from...
He's such a magician with the ball. He knows exactly that the batsmen are going to come down the track. drops it in short and says, you want to help yourself, you can take one on the offside or hit it over extra cover. Oh, that had the invitation for sure, and this time outfoxing Yusuf Pathan, thinking that he will drop it short, stayed in his crease. This time Mutaya Muralidharan tossing that one above the eye line of Yusuf Pathan. A good over so far, just the 8 runs off it, considering we are in the 18th over. Dot ball, Goldas, that's to end the over. 18 done, 166 for 4.
18 overs. The scoreboard reads 166 for 4.
Good comeback this from Sri Lanka in the last couple of overs. Prashanthi Balamandira Trust would like to thank e-travel value and LG as well, helping to improve the lives of children through nutrition. Just the 2 overs remain here in the first innings. It was Namanoja who really dominated the first 10 minutes, then Manoj Tiwari, and over the last 3 overs or so, it's been a blitzkrieg from Yusuf Pathan. And if India want to get to 200 in 2 overs, they need to notch up 34. It's the Pathan brothers on duty.
Well, he's got the opportunity for sure, does Yusuf Pathan. Asela Gunawardene will be the bowler from the north end. And he'll be bowling to that danger man, Yusuf Pathan, who's lining it up. He's taking a look at long on. Just a single. What an anticlimax. I was expecting the ball to go into the coconut trees beyond the ground.
A good performance from Sri Lanka. If they contain this Indian batting lineup to less than 200, I think job well done, because at one point it did look like India will coast past 200. Mavanatapatu, the captain of One Family Sri Lanka, there he is. He's been a busy man, marshalling his troops. Pulled off a stunning one-handed catch. Ho-ho! Way down the leg side. Should be signaled wide.
Every ball needs to be cheered for both the teams. We are here for a cause and we stand united as one world,
Yusuf Pathan 45 of 26, Irfan 3 of 4.
How much bat? Enough to just get the single.
Single added.
That's the longer part of the ground. You'll have to hit it pretty well to clear extra cover. And here's that catch once again.
There it is. Just the timing of the jump. Absolutely spot on. Leading from the front. Should be called a wide. Yes, it is. Trying not to give him that room outside the off stump to free his arms. But Irfan needs to just take the single, get Yusuf on strike.
Top edge here, leading edge. Oh! He's had a few takes at it, but he will smile at the end of it all. And Irfan Pathan won't last too long.
So his occupation of the crease not too long. Irfan Pathan just 1, 2, 3, 4 off the mouth, off the nose, still juggling away, and finally gets it. Irfan gone for 3. Paranavitana bowled Asela for 3, and in the 19th over, India won 71 for 5.
Fans of the great Aravinda de Silva. How about that? That's a wonderful sketch of one of the legends of the game, who produced one of the most iconic knocks in ODI cricket. In 1996, it was the World Cup final. And nobody will forget that knock from the bat of De Silva against the mighty Australians. A century in a World Cup final to win his country a World Cup is the stuff of dreams. A bona fide legend of the game, Ravinda De Silva. This is why Stuart Binney comes into the centre, because Irfan Pathan gets a leading edge and finds a point, while his brother has had a pretty busy afternoon.
Well, he's played really well, hasn't he, Yusuf Pathan? From the time he's come to the crease, he's been really positive, hitting the ball down the ground. We saw the first 3 balls dispatched to different parts of the ground. One went down, one went to third man, and one he square cut ferociously. That's Stuart Binney off the back foot, and look at the power that he generates through the ball. He gets a boundary when all of us thought it would just be the single.
I really thought it would be a single or a 2 at max. He got enough pat on that, and timing on that quite brilliant, and actually sped away to a boundary. India close to 180, but 23 short of 200. Each one, Educate One Foundation will say a big thank you to the Karnataka Bank in their support, and also Prashanti Balamandira Trust saying thank you to E-Travel Value. One final over remains. Parthi Patel, Sunil Joshi, the southpaws of the team, await their turn. Looks like Parthi Patel will make his way to the centre next up. That's provided this man makes way for anybody. The way he's batted doesn't look like he's getting out anytime soon.
The last 30 balls have yielded 46 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. That's thanks largely to Yusuf Pathan's innings of 47 of 28, Navneet. And still there's very healthy run rate, 9.32 runs to the over. It'll take some getting by the Sri Lankans when they come out to bat. Oh, that's hit away. A bounce over the ropes. It is a signal from the umpire. Well, it brings up the 50 for Yusuf Pathan as well, of just 29 deliveries. 7 fours, 1 6, 179, 175 is strike rate. Let's take a look at that one again. Just falling short of the boundary.
19 short of 200 now, but a 50 for this man, the second 50 of the innings. First Namanoja and now Yusuf Pathan. 175 the strike rate. Full toss! 6 number 2 for Yusuf Pathan.
Well, certainly one step closer to that score of 200 that you've been talking about. He's not going to miss out on these freebies really, from wide to the crease. Just a nice friendly full toss outside that off stump, and just takes it from outside the off stump, deposits it over mid wicket, or cow corner as it's called. Moved on to 57.
Yeah, take 4 more. There's no way anyone's going to stop that. He's trying to angle it into the right-hander, but he almost swept that for 4.
Well, absolutely just bordering on ridiculous, isn't it? The way he's treating the bowling, just carting them to all parts of the ground. Not really great bowling is aiding in that stroke play as well.
Yeah, he's found it tough, Tilan Mirando. He's already conceded 15 of this over. There's still half an over to go. We thought 200 could be out of reach. Think again. Yusuf Pathan is in the centre. Anything's possible.
We want. We want. We want.
He sliced that.
There we go. Great catch.
And a wonderful catch. Taken, I think it is Nuan Zoisa, zippy, deep extra cover, gets Yusuf Pathan against the run of play.
Well, drops that one in short. The shot was on, but just found the fielder with surgical precision. Disappointed is Yusuf Pathan. And he makes his walk back to the pavilion for a well-made 61 of 32 caught. Nuwan bowled Tilan. And in the 20th over, India 192 for 6.
And a huge cheer for Yusuf Pathan.
Well, just in for a couple of deliveries is Parthiv Patel. 38 matches, close to 750 runs, 95 as his best in ODIs. And he'll have two legal deliveries left. Off the mark, down to long off. But what an innings by Yusuf Pathan, isn't it?
An innings studded with boundaries and sixes. Yusuf, Naman and Manoj Tiwari have dominated this Indian innings. Didn't get all of that, almost sliced it, and that's why didn't get the distance he would have liked. He got the height, but zippy, sharp as ever. Which means Stuart Binney, who's been on the non-strikers end for a bit now, will get an opportunity. Final delivery of the first innings. Oh, a slower delivery. Had to wait on that. Will they come back for two? They most certainly will.
Well, that's the end of the One World India, finishing with 195 for 6 in their allotted 20 overs with a run rate of 9.75. Binney not out on 7, and Parthiv just the one delivery for him. He's picked up a single of that first delivery that he faced. But that man on your screen, Mutaya Muralidharan, with that famous number on the back of his t-shirt. As the two batsmen and the fielders ease themselves off the park, the two umpires signal that they would like a light roller. Venkatesh Prasad stands up and applauds the effort of his teammates, and he would be getting ready to come out in there and have a bowl. He did mention to you, Navni, that he'll bowl from a short run, but with that height and with that fitness, I'm sure that he'll get some pace and bounce off this deck.
I just think something for both teams to take back at the end of this first innings. India will be pretty happy with the score they put on. Sri Lanka will believe that they can come out and chase this. And I think that's why entertainment for these fans for sure. So good to see Indian flags and Sri Lankan flags flying high right next to each other. And here's a quick recap of what went down over the last 90 minutes. Namanoja, Manoj Tiwari and Yusuf Pathan dominated this Indian innings. Occupied a majority of the 20 overs, and between the three of them they put up over 150, 160 runs, almost 90% of the runs that this Indian team scored eventually. 195, far short of that 200 mark. And as far as the wickets go, 1 wicket for Chaminda Vas, 1 for Mutaya Muralidharan. Asela Gunaratne picked up 2, and so did Tilan Mirando as well. And after having a decent stint with the ball in hand, it's time to go down to Amar, boundary line, and he's got the great Mutaya Muralidharan with him.
Well, absolute pleasure. It's happening right here at the One World, One Family, right here at the Cup. And we've got the man, the legend, the myth right here, the magical number of 800. We've got the legend himself right here. Hello, sir. So, hi, and welcome to Bangalore, welcome to India again. How does it feel to be back here after so many years?
Yeah, it's last time I can remember we played with Sachin and them and it was a good match and they won it. So we want to win this time because we say equal one. So it's 2 years I've been. I played a match. The last time I played was that match. After that I'm playing. Yeah. So this is a wealthy course for everyone has to come and play here and make sure get the awareness of this beautiful work done by Sadhguru. So it is something human cause, and I think it's very well done because I can remember I went to last month, I think about 3 weeks ago in a hospital in Batiklo, so rural area, so we didn't need it. So those kind of things not only to India, it is giving all world. So that's why this global humanitarian is more important and it's a very worthy cause. We are there for to support this.
Absolutely, and it was really good to see you on the field, rolling your fingers back again. On a third ball, you got the wicket. How did that feel?
I was lucky. So that's happens. So the cricket is like that because sometimes you try to do something and it happens something. So always when we get into the field, we play because we all 50s. Still we got something and we may want to make it a very good match rather than it's not a joke. So we played well, everyone. I think hopefully we bat well and try to chase the score.
Absolutely, and that is not by luck because you are a magical number of 800, which is one of the biggest numbers. And talking about numbers, right here at this foundation, they serve more than 34,000 people. 10 million kids are like fed. Nutrition is, made sure that it reaches beyond boundary. And you are here for a cause like this. How good feel good factor is there, or how much you resonate with this cause?
Yeah, because that's something we have to give because we play cricket so because of fans, because all people support us, because that's why this game is there. So when they needed something, we have to come for them. So they have coming for us and watching the match. That pays us, and that's life. Our life is going on. So we have to always oblige for these things, all cricketers, because of these people only we are here. So we know that. So that's why we all here.
Thank you, and hope you have a great game catching up, and hope you cross that 195 target that's set by India. It was a pleasure to have you right here.
Thank you.
Well, that was the legend himself, Mutaya Muralidharan. Back to the comm box.
Yeah, isn't it wonderful to hear him say that the reason we're over here is because of the people, and it's only fair that we give back to the society and the people that make the game what it is. Here's a recap of the Indian innings. One World India. Naman Oja with a half century, Manoj Tiwari with a 44, and Yusuf Pathan towards the end striking at almost 200. And in the end, India with an impressive 195 for 6. All in all, a great 20 overs for Team India. If you missed the action over the last hour and a half or so, let's take a look at some of the key moments.
Well, put into bat, the Indians came out, played some really good shots. To start with was Naman Oja. Sujit Somsundar was castled by that beauty by Chaminda Vas, taking us back many years to what he was capable of doing. Knowing Noan Zoisa was a little expensive, he was on his merry way, wasn't he? And then Badrinath came out there, played that gorgeous extra cover drive. Naman Oja picked up runs at will, puts that one couple of bounces over the ropes, and that went all the way for the first 6 of the innings. Really enjoying themselves at that moment. He cut well, he pulled well, he drove really well. Naman Oja in that magnificent half century that he got, played these down the ground, and then the top edge carrying to Noan Zoisa. That was Naman Oja, the first wicket for Mutaya Muralidharan. The wizard came on and struck immediately.
That was just ball number 3 in his first over. And the Indian batters, despite the fact that they kept losing wickets every now and then, didn't stop scoring the boundaries. But this was the moment of magic. Marwan Atupattu, the skipper, pulling off a one-handed blinder. Badrinath it was. The batter, have a look at that, just inside the 30-yard circle. He almost surprised himself. That was how good that catch was. And he gets a pat on the back from his mates. Then came the big boy, Yusuf Pathan, and he packs a punch. He certainly did. He hit them down the ground. He was even happy to place them behind the wicket as well. But all in all, he was at his ferocious best, Yusuf Pathan. Lots of power, strength, shot deliveries, got the cuts. And this was Manoj Tiwari as well. It was the partnership between Manoj Tiwari and Yusuf Pathan that really motored India past 180. And this was at big six from Manoj Tiwari. He pulled out the reverse sweep as well, found the gaps to precision, and India enjoyed that middle passage of play.
He was really batting well, Manoj Tiwari, until this happened. A little lap straight to that man, Mutaya Muralidharan, came up with that really acrobatic catch, showing that the agility hasn't gone. He's gone on in years, but the agility and the anticipation is still top draw. Manoj Tiwari disappointed, and then it was the Yusuf Pathan show. He just carried on, flaying the ball into all parts of the ground, down the track. Full tosses were treated with disdain, and then some real brute force down the ground as well. Irfan Pathan came and left early, didn't trouble the scorers, and that was a nice piece of jugglery in the end. Holding on to the catch, Gunaratna, that was the bowler, and Tilan, the fielder. Stuart Binney struck a few lusty blows, remaining not out on 7, taking that India 1 world total to 195. That was the departure of Yusuf Pathan. Just dealt in boundaries at that stage, and that was the end of Yusuf Pathan, caught by Nuwan Zoisa.
He almost sliced that. Would have liked to have a little bit more bat behind that, but a good catch. They've been good on the field, the Sri Lankans. They took all their catches. It was Stuart Binney and Parthiv Patel walking off with 195 on the board, and Sri Lanka One family will come out with 196 needed in their 20 overs. Excellent first inning so far. Like we said, we're here for the One World, One Family mission. The impact it's had all around the world is there for everyone to see, most certainly here in India.
One world, one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the guiding principle of the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission. Founded by Sri Madhusudan Sai, a young humanitarian and visionary, the mission has established institutions in healthcare, education and nutrition across 80 countries over the past 12 years. All services are provided free of charge, silently transforming millions of lives worldwide through the power of compassion. The Annapurna Morning Nutrition Program began in 2012 with breakfast for just 50 children and has since grown to become India's largest morning nutrition program. Today, over 10 million school children across India and beyond receive the Sai Sure multi-nutrient supplement, helping them begin each day nourished and ready to learn. In education, the mission has established a university and 28 residential campuses in India, as well as a school in Nigeria, offering free education from grade 6 through to doctoral studies. Over 3,700 students are receiving values-based education and developing skills to make a positive impact on society, with many coming from rural backgrounds and 40% being girls. A skill development center equips rural youth with job-ready skills through courses in plumbing and electrical technologies. Additionally, over 7,800 scholarships have been awarded to encourage primary school enrollment for rural children. The vision of accessible medical education was realized with the inauguration of the Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. Offering free medical education with a commitment to serve rural communities, the institute is bridging the healthcare gap between the urban and rural areas. On the healthcare front, the mission has established the world's largest network of free pediatric cardiac hospitals in India, Fiji, and Sri Lanka. Since 2012, over 34,000 life-saving procedures have been performed at these hospitals, all at no charge. Additionally, 5 mother and child hospitals, primary care wellness centers, mobile hospitals, 2 multi-specialty hospitals in India, and 2 hospitals in Nigeria have together provided consultations to more than 2.9 million patients.
I had the privilege to visit the hospital, and one thing missing there: cashier's desk. I've never visited a hospital which doesn't have a cashier's desk. All the treatments are free of cost. I have seen parents with worried faces entering the hospital, but once they are inside the hospital, the love and care that all the doctors and the staff shows towards not just the patients, but the entire family. I have experienced it myself.
Looking ahead, the mission's next milestone is a 6.
And that's exactly what we are trying to address. We have various options, but the flagship program is Sai Sure Micronutrient Health Mix, which goes either with milk or it can go with water along with jaggery, and it is very tasty. And of course, finally, it is made with millet, and millet, it is the most satisfying in our stomachs.
Absolutely. Thank you for creating that awareness. It's not just about what we eat, it's about the content also. So, ನೀವೇನೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಕುಡಿತೀರಂತೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನೋ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಂತೆ, ಏನದು?
ಸಾಯಿಶೂರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರಾಗಿ ಮಾಲ್ಟ್.
ಹೌದಾ? ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಸಾಯಿಶೋರ್ ಕುಡಿಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ?
ಶಕ್ತಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರೇಯರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಬೀಳಲ್ಲ ಸಾಯಿಶೂರ್ ರಾಗಿ ಮಾಲ್ಟ್ ಕುಡಿಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ.
ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಕುಡಿತೀರಾ?
ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಕುಡಿತೀವಿ.
ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಯಿಶೋರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫುಲ್ ಇಷ್ಟವಾದ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ?
ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ದಾಸಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಬಿದ್ದೋಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡ್ದಾಗ
ಫುಲ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದೇ ತರ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚು ಆಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, ದೇರ್ ವಿ ಗೋ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಲವ್ಲಿ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಹೂ ಟೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ Sai Sure every day and they prove to be very strong just like the cricketers right here on the field. Back to the com box where the real action is happening and we love Sai Sure. Back to the com box.
Wonderful to see how a simple change in the way the nutrition is planned goes a big way in impacting so many lives. Everyone busy just getting their meal, getting their lunch sorted. It's pretty hot right here. We're getting ready for the second innings. It's turn of Sri Lanka to bat. But we'll also tell you that Sri Lanka have been right at the center of it all in this one world, one family mission.
Corners of Sri Lanka's eastern province, a story of healing is unfolding. A story that begins not with what was lost, but with what can be restored. This is more than a hospital. It is bringing hope to a community that has known too much struggle. Imagine a place where advanced medical care comes with zero cost, where a child's life-saving heart surgery doesn't depend on a family's ability to pay. Every year, 3,000 children in Sri Lanka are born with congenital heart disease. Many would have faced impossible odds. Not anymore. Just weeks after our hospital's inauguration in August 2022, we performed life-saving open-heart surgeries for 6 children. By November, 3 more children were sent to India for critical care, and in 2024, we extended this commitment, enabling 10 children to receive advanced surgeries at the Sanjeevani Hospital in Navi Mumbai. Behind these numbers are lives transformed. 50,000 patients treated since 2017, each one a story of hope. With the first cath lab in eastern Sri Lanka, we have performed over 2,000 cath interventions, ensuring families stay whole and children are given a second chance. We are not just providing care, we are transforming an entire region's access to healthcare. But healing isn't just medical, it's empowerment. It's economics. Local women are empowered through vocational training. Many, including single mothers, now have stable jobs at the hospital. When Mrs. Valarmati faced a life-changing amputation, the foundation didn't see a limitation. It saw her potential. By adapting her role, it didn't just offer her a job, but offered a chance at dignity and self-reliance.
ராஜஸ்கண்ணா வளர்மதி 2 பிள்ளைகள் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஒரு ஆள் ஓயல் எடுக்கிறாரு, ஒரு ஆள் 13 வயசு. அவருக்கு மூத்த ஆளுக்கு காட் பிரச்சனை, அவருக்கு பென்சிலின் போடுறேன். நான் காலை இழந்துட்டேன். கஷ்டத்தெல்லாம் இங்கே வேலைக்கு வந்தேன்னா ரமேஷ் டாக்டருக்கு பெருந்தாம இடத்துக்கு மிகும இடத்துக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. அவங்க இங்கே வேலைக்கு சேர்த்ததுக்கு. இங்கே வந்ததுக்கு பிறகு நல்ல ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கேன். நான் நல்ல சுகமாக இருக்கேன். எனக்கு இந்த கவலையெல்லாம் மறந்த மாதிரி இங்கே வேலைக்கு இந்த சேரெல்லாம் எடுத்ததுக்கு பிறகு நல்ல சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கேன். வீட்டில் பிரச்சனைகளும் இப்போ இல்லை. இங்கே வேலைக்கு செஞ்சு வேறு கூலி தொழில் அதுகள் தான் செஞ்சு கொண்டிருக்கிறாரு. எந்த வருமானத்தில் நாங்கள் சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இங்கே வேலைக்கு கால் சின்ன ஒரு புண் வந்தது. சுகர் இருக்கிறபடியே சின்ன புண் அது கிருமி ஏறுது. கிருமி ஏறின உடனே தான் கால் எடுத்தவங்க. ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் இன்சுலின் எல்லாம் போட்டு பிறகு காலை எடுத்து போட்டு பிறகு இன்சுலின் எல்லாம் செய்து மருந்து கட்டி பிறகு ஹேண்டிகேப்புக்கு போய் டாக்டர் சைன் பண்ணி கஷ்டம்னு சொல்லினாங்க. அவங்க என்ன செஞ்சாங்க, ஹேண்டிகேப்பில் டாக்டர் சைன் பண்ணி தந்தவங்க கால் போடுறதுக்கு. பிறகு அங்கே போய் 1.5 மாதத்துக்கு பயிற்சி செய்தேன். நாங்கள் பயிற்சி செய்ததுக்கு பிறகுதான் கால் போட்டவங்க. கால் போட்டு பிரச்சனை ஒன்றும் வரல. இந்த கால் போட்ட ஸ்டார்ட்லெஸ் அந்த காலை போட்டு கொஞ்சம் நடக்கிற நேரம் புண் வந்தது. அப்புறம் அவங்க சொல்லித்தாங்க, புண் வருதம்மா, கொஞ்சம் காலை பெருசா செய்வோம்னு சொல்லித்தாங்க. அப்புறம் காலை பெருசா செய்ததுக்கு பிறகு கொஞ்சம் இப்போ இது. ஆனால் ரமேஷ் டாக்டருக்கும் பிருந்தாமடத்துக்கும் மிக அவங்களுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. அவங்க தான் எங்கள் வேலைக்கு சேர்த்த, கஷ்டத்தால் வேலைக்கு சேர்த்து அவங்களதால நான் சாப்பிட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறேன்.
Beyond healthcare and economic empowerment, the foundation has delivered over 85,000 food parcels to villagers in Kirankulam, providing hope through nourishment.
என் பேர் தங்கேஸ்வரன். நான் இருக்கிறது கோயில் போகிறது. எனக்கு பிள்ளைகள் 5 பேர். நான் மனுஷி 7 பேர் இருக்கிறோம் இந்த வீட்டில். எனக்கு இந்த நோய் வந்து மிச்ச காலமாக வந்தது. நான் களுவாஞ்சிக்குடி போனோடனே களுவாஞ்சிக்குடியில் அட்மிட் பண்ணி களுவாஞ்சிக்குடியில் சிகிச்சை எல்லாம் செய்த பிறகு எனக்கு சரிவர இல்லை. நான் மட்டக்களப்பு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு திரும்ப அவங்க அனுப்பினவங்க. மட்டக்களப்பு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு அனுப்பி அவங்க பார்த்துட்டு திரும்ப ஒரு டேட் ஒன்று தந்தாங்க. உங்களுக்கு அந்த யாழ்ப்பாணம் அனுப்புவாங்க, நீங்கள் அந்த டேட்டுக்கு போய் யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில் போய் நீங்கள் சிகிச்சை செய்யுங்கண்டு. அப்போ பிறகு நான் ஒரு 2 வருஷ காலமாக நான் எதிர்பார்த்துருந்தேன். எனக்கு அந்த சிகிச்சை செய்யலை. பிறகு திரும்ப ஒரு நாள் எங்களோட மனைவி என்ற ரிப்போர்ட்டை கொண்டு மட்டக்களப்பில் காட்டும் போது திரும்ப சொன்னாங்க, ஆளுக்கு கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸாக இருக்குது, நீங்கள் உடனடியாக
A promise kept every single day, transforming lives, one act of compassion at a time.
We're ready for the second half of the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup as the umpires make their way into the center. We've given you a wonderful glimpse of the impact that this mission has created around the world. It's now the turn of Romesh Kalavertana and the Sri Lankans to chase down 196. I'm Navneet Krishna here as I continue in the commentary box in the wonderful company of Fazal Khalil.
Well, good afternoon, Navneet. Good afternoon to all the viewers watching this magnificent broadcast of this One World, One Family Cup, the second edition. Sri Lanka taking on India. India getting to 195 for 6 in their allotted 20 overs, put into bat after Marvanatapattu won the toss. That's Venkatesh Prasad, the skipper for One Family India. They have their job cut out, the 2 batsmen out there in the middle. And Venkatesh Prasad will have the cushion of those 195 runs. There he is on your screen. He's been a legend for Karnataka. He's been a legend for India as well. Gets an opportunity to captain a side. I haven't seen him captain a side for a long time. There it is. That's the target. 196 in their allotted 20 overs. Navneet, we're in for a treat, and that's Irfan Pathan, who's handed over the brand new Kukubara.
First, I've had nightmares of Romesh Kalavirthana opening the batting, and he always took a liking towards India. Upul Taranga, stylish left-handed bat. Have a look at those ODI numbers. Close to 7,000 runs. And he's played 235 matches for the country. Not many batters get an opportunity to play that many matches. And this man almost revolutionized ODI cricket. That strike rate He's 77. I'll tell you what, he was a lot more deadly than that. Would have made for a great T20 batters, Fuzz.
Absolutely. He, along with Sanat Jayasuriya, just completely turned the game on its head, especially those first few overs, the power play. India one world versus Sri Lanka one family. We're coming to you live from Muddenahalli, the Sai Krishnan cricket ground, just 100 kilometers or so from the city of Bangalore. This magnificent facility.
The umpires are set. It's time for the final.
And just moments away from start of this first game, just waiting for the umpire to call play.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Right, here we go. Upul Taranga facing Irfan Pathan. Oh, immediately a little bit of shape for the left-hand seamer. And he shapes it away from the left arm, left-handed batter. This will be an interesting contest. Irfan Pathan plays a lot of his cricket even now. He plays in different tournaments around the world, Fuzz.
Well, he certainly plays on the field for sure, and he's got a good career in the commentary box as well as a broadcaster, and he's doing a great job. There it is, a play and a miss outside there off stump. A nice curve away. Good to see that it's still within his repertoire. Very talented, gifted cricketer Irfan Pathan. Apart from the laurels he's brought to Indian cricket via his bowling, he's got a couple of test centuries as well, so he's no mean batsman.
White ball.
And we called a wide.
White call.
Yeah, so much cricket happening around the world for retired cricketers as well, and Irfan Pathan's an active cricketer, busy one, and like you said, a very busy broadcaster as well. But along with Yusuf Pathan, very much associated with the game. There he is in the background, Venkatesh Prasad, the captain of India One World. Upul Taranga, was around for a long time opening the batting for Sri Lanka.
Well, absolutely. He's been really good servant for Sri Lankan cricket, but at the moment he seems to be struggling with this left arm over of Irfan Pathan, getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander, has him in a spot of bother. If you see, he's just stuck on the crease, no real trigger movement, which shows some nerves. Down the track, in the air, over the top, couple of bounces. In fact, just the one bounce over the boundary line. Irfan Pathan in this first over, for the first time, under pressure.
Yeah, Fuzz, he probably heard you. Yeah, he did look a bit out of shape in the first two deliveries. Nothing out of shape with that shot. Down the track to the pitch of the ball. Fabulous contact. A man who's notched up 7,000 ODI runs. You know he can bat for sure. And he's got the right-handed aggressor on the other side. He's just swatted that. The Lankans start with intent. 8 of 2.
If this is anything to go by, we're in for a real treat this afternoon.
Another boundary, 4 runs.
There again, down the track, a little shimmy. The good thing is that he was looking to hit the ball just straight down the ground. Take a look at that. Didn't fetch it and go over mid-wicket. He had the option of going down the ground, but he chose mid-on. So a little bit of bottom hand coming into play. Can he finish this over well, Irfan Pathan?
That's a good-looking drive on the up, but a sweeper cover will cut it off. A good start this for the Lankans. They pick up 10 off the first over, 10 for no loss.
1 over, 10 runs without any loss.
Each one, Educate One Foundation would like to say a big thank you to SBI. And the Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Western Digital, promoting university education. Here we are at the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. Yeah, like we said, it's almost like a flower that has bloomed, the 5 petals around. Absolutely brilliant ground this. A proper gem. And when it comes to cricketing infrastructure, Karnataka is right up there in the country, and they've just added a new feather on the cap with the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. And change here in the bowling, Abhimanyu Mithun. Oh, almost played on. In fact, what could have ended Upul Taranga's stint results in a boundary to his name.
Very lucky there. He's still he's not really a veteran in that sense of the word. Is Abhimanyu Mithun. There he is, tall, well built, and generates a fair bit of pace off the deck. The wicketkeeper standing really back compared to what we've seen when the Sri Lankans were bowling. He's standing at least 20 yards, 25 yards back to Mithun's right arm over to the left hander.
That jack back, a little bit of venom in that delivery. Upul Taranga was found wanting. Have a look at that. That came back in pretty viciously.
Yeah, it's that straw-coloured grass that we see. It's abrasive in nature. So every time the seam hits that part of the wicket, you're going to see that it's coming back to you. This time he gets bat on ball and gets a boundary as well. Dealing in boundaries here is Upul Taranga.
You know, the pace of Abhimanyu Mithun, all you need to do is get some bat on it, and he did that so beautifully. Opens the face, nobody behind square outside the off stump square, and so Sunil Joshi at deep third man couldn't really stop that at all. Excellent comeback. Have a look at the bounce. Parthiv Patel collecting that shoulder height. He's certainly one of the quicker bowlers on display today.
It's generating a fair bit of pace there. Parthiv Patel is standing a fair distance back actually, you know, and collecting it over his shoulders with his fingers pointing upwards. There it is. Just see how much back the wicketkeeper is standing. That shows the kind of pace and bounce that Mithun is generating from this pitch, where others struggled. He's ambling across, and he's doing it for fun.
And Fuzz, being associated with Karnataka cricket, you've obviously watched Abhimanyu Mithun closely over the years. He's a strong lad. He's extremely fit. Isn't that one of the most striking characteristics when it comes to Abhimanyu Mithun?
All that aside, I mean, we saw a lot of ability in him, a lot of talent in him, and then came the other facets that you just spoke about, Navneet. But the ability was certainly there right from a very young age. And we'll just come back to that. 2 overs done, 19 for none. The Annapurna Trust would like to thank the government of Karnataka ensuring nutrition for school-going children. And the Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Dell Technologies, advancing digital literacy and in being inclusive. Dell Technologies, the power to do more. There's the ground that you're talking about, that little flower in the middle of everything. The petals around it, the ground in the center, the bud. And then that's where we are. If you can see the pavilion there, we're somewhere there, commentating on this magnificent ground. And the cricket that's been played on, it's Stuart Binney. Change in the bowling from the north end. It would be Stuart Binney, 6 for 4. Take a look at his best. And that came in Bangladesh.
The second edition of the One World, One Family mission. In 12 years, it's a mission that has touched over 13 million lives. And Fazal, a mission that's crossed boundaries, cultures, across 80 countries, transforming communities through nutrition, healthcare and education. It was a mission founded by Shri Madhusudan Sai, a visionary humanitarian. It's the mission that's built on the belief that nutrition, education and healthcare are universal human rights and not privileges. The impact so far that this mission has had, over 1 billion nutritious servings. Oh, that stayed low. Very low indeed. Completely misread that one, Romesh Kalavidarna. But I said it right. Have a look at how low that stayed. But 1 billion nutritious servings to combat hidden hunger. 8,300 plus students that have been educated. Over 3 million patients that have been treated. All at zero charge to the beneficiaries. Oh, he got enough bat on it. In fact, he finds a boundary. The first one from Romesh Kalavidarna.
There it is, just picked it from outside the off stump. The roll of the wrist, the key really, take a look at that. He was in control of it. Let it come on to him and just helped it on its way. Very strong wrists, he cuts well, plays that flick really well. Just wait for that square drive or square cut outside the off stump. Something that we all watched growing up. Hit with some ferocity. Oh, brilliantly stopped this by Irfan Pathan at short fine inside the circle. Well, they're not giving it away easily, are the Indians for sure. 25 off just 2.4 overs. The current run rate is at 9.87, so they're doing well, the Lankans.
An excellent stop from Irfan Pathan. Romesh Kalavidarna and Upal Taranga have started off really well, particularly this man on your screen, Stuart Binney. He has a knack of picking up wickets. India need one here. It ain't going to work if you're going to be drifting onto the pads of Upal Taranga, who's seeing the ball so well. Helps himself to another boundary.
Well, it was just pick me up as you go. Take a look at that. Just on the pads for a left-hander, that's meat and drink. No fielders there. A couple of bounces into the boundary.
Oh, once again, this could even go the distance. 4 just inside the boundary line. Ordinary over from Stuart Binney. Sri Lanka with the advantage. 33 for no loss in 3.
Yes, 14 runs of that over from Stuart Binney. Drags that one in short. Just helped it on its way. Fielders inside the circle. Real free hit. Just needed to get bat on ball. 33 for none after 3. The Prashanti Bal Mandira Trust would like to thank Coforge, capacity building in rural medical and paramedical care. And they would also like to thank Autumn, supporting our nurses. Value creation across capital structure.
Right, another change in the bowling for Team India. Ashok Dinda comes into the attack. India have had as many as 4 different bowlers bowl. This is the 4th over. One World, One Family Cup, a celebration of unity through cricket. And this game is certainly more than just a sport in this country. It's a unifying force that's transcended cultures and boundaries. A swing and a miss. And this year, One World, One Family Cup brings together legends from India and Sri Lanka, not as rivals, but partners in unity. And it certainly has showcased that spirit of oneness and collaboration. We've had a fabulous day up until now. We saw the unveiling of the Vishwanath Gavaskar Academy. Another swing, another miss from Romesh Kalavitarna. And that's how he plays his cricket. That's how he played it way back in the mid-90s. No, he's not going to change anything, even if it's 2025. Well, they can both afford to smile. It's a wonderful cause, and it's been played in great spirit. This match is more than just a game of cricket or entertainment. It is a call to action reminding us of our shared responsibility to uplift those in need. As Shri Madhusudan Sai envisions, family is always there to support all its members, and in the same way, as one global family, we must come together to nurture, uplift and empower those in need. It certainly is a timeless celebration of our shared humanity through cricket. This is a good over from Ashok Dinda. 4 dot balls so far. This is the second edition. And for those of you who have just sort of tuned into our coverage, last year was the first edition. It was also the inauguration of this gorgeous stadium. This time he gets bat on it. And he'll get 4. The skipper Venkatesh Prasad will give up his chase and try till you succeed indeed.
Well, at the moment it's all about Kaluvitarana, isn't it? And just in the slot, put it away. There it is, wide of mid-on, no fielders there. We're still inside the power play. Romesh on 11. Now there's a change in field. The slip comes out to mid-wicket. Yeah. 6 fielders on the off, 3 on the on. Dinda to Romesh Kaluvitarana. And he edges that one down to third man.
There's protection there, so just restrict to a single.
You were mentioning about the mission and the vision of the mission, Navneet. Healthcare, education, nutrition, 40 for no loss after 4. Prashanti Bala Mandira Trust would like to thank Lions International helping healthcare reach those in need. And they would also like to thank Coforge, capacity building in rural medical and paramedical education. Learn, grow and thrive.
We've had so many aerial shots, fantastic shots of the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. The latest addition to a library of fantastic cricket grounds that Bengaluru boasts of. A few new grounds added to the kitty thanks to the National Cricket Academy. But this one most certainly a venue that can have some real cricket matches. You can certainly see some first-class matches being played in this ground.
Well, I'm certainly hoping so, for that to happen. Need a collaboration between the local association and the trust. We've done really great service in terms of nutrition, Navneet. For millions of children, just a simple meal can mean the difference between learning and struggling. Sadhguru, what a visionary he's been. Play and a miss, Abhimanyu Mithun. He's extracting a fair bit of pace on this very placid track. It's really dry. It's got that dry grass rolled in. Very abrasive in texture. So the odd one would really grip onto the surface. A lot in it for the fast bowlers if you can bend your back. And look at the ball again. Just taking off from that shot of good length.
He spoke about the importance of nutrition. It was so nice to hear from that little girl who spoke before the start of the innings as well. And she said it was a simple nutrition drink that we would have in the morning. And that would give us enough strength. And you heard from our partner as well. And they found... We'll come back to that. At the moment, Upal Taranga is helping himself to boundaries aplenty. Another boundary that will take him into the 30s. And Sri Lanka are enjoying this first passage of play. No loss of wicket.
Certainly, couple of steps down the track, he fed him really in that hitting arc, did Abhimanyu Mithun, and just opening his hands and getting the elevation, gets the much deserved boundary for himself. Very predictable is what Mithun's length is. Can he pull a little fuller? Little. Much better. In the air, just over the top. Yeah, Badrinath, the fielder on that occasion, just above his outstretched hands.
And just coming back to what we were talking about, our partner mentioning that we found out that one of the causes as to why the students weren't able to concentrate was because they weren't getting the right nutrition at the start of the day. And something as simple as just finding out that problem played a massive role in just the way the kids performed in school. And the trust, the mission has played such a massive role in providing millions of nutritious meals. It's changed the way a lot of these kids look at life itself. And they will forever be indebted. 5 overs completed, 48 for no loss. One family, Sri Lanka. There he's in the background, Mavanatapatu. Well, is he attending to that left shoulder? He pulled off a screamer today, one-handed screamer. Each One Educate One Foundation would like to thank Karnataka Bank, promoting higher education in rural India. I would also like to thank eTravel Value, supporting rural education. The Prashanti Balamandira Trust has played a huge role in the impact that they've created in this facility, this campus that we have over here in the outskirts of Bengaluru. In many ways, the quality of this facility is testimony to the quality of the impact that this trust and this mission has had across all its beneficiaries. He gets a very thick outside edge, picks up 4. Sunil Joshi was at wide third man, and there was no way he was going to stop that. And a skiddy Ashok Dinda, he's quick, and it's Upal Taranga using that pace.
Well, yes, you said it right, using the pace, played it to fine third man. The fielder there, Sunil Joshi, really wide, no chance whatsoever. Raced to 38 from 20. The 50 of the partnership coming up as well. The 50 of the Sri Lankan innings in that chase of 196 coming up as well. And at this stage, India were 42 for 1 and Sri Lanka are 52 for none. Just 12 dots in this inning so far. 35 dots in the innings for the One World Indian team.
This one goes inside the line of the bat. And did we see Arvinda De Silva padded up in the dugout? That'll be quite a sight to see the great man walk out with a bat in hand. It's been a long time the world of cricket has got to witness one of the icons of the game. We saw Muthaiya Muralidharan with a ball in hand, and wouldn't it be wonderful to see Arvinda De Silva with a bat in hand? Oh, that is just top quality. Bounces
right outside. He's picked up maximum. Upul Taranga is keeping India quiet here.
Well, real gorgeous shot this. Again, just a little shimmy down the track and held his poise. Ashok Dinda right in the slot. Fielders inside the circle and a bounce and into those advertising holdings. 44 now and in a score of 58. Just 12 from Romesh, who's been a spectator at the other end. Dinda bowling from the south end. India trying to defend that score of 196. At one stage it looked a huge total. At the moment being chased down in style in the air. A couple of runs to Taranga. He's faced 23 deliveries and there he is, the big man. Is he padded up? Yes, he is. So we can see the legend from Sri Lanka coming out to bat at some point in this game. But as things stand at the moment, 60 for none, he must be wondering whether he'll get an opportunity.
You know what, Fazal? The one thing that reminds me of Aravinda De Silva with the bat in hand and the pads on is how differently he would wear his pads. It was almost angled to the side. He had his own unique way of having those pads on. Typical Aravinda De Silva. Regardless of how he wore his pads, goodness gracious, nobody in Australia will forget what this man did on a wonderful evening in Pakistan in 1996. A century to take Sri Lanka past the Aussies to win them the first World Cup.
How old were you in 1996, Navneet?
It's good you ask me that, Faz, because truth be told, it's my earliest memory of cricket that I remember. I remember starting watching cricket at the 96 World Cup and Tendulkar scoring those centuries, Ravinda De Silva scoring that in that final. And well, to answer your question, I was just about 8-9 years old when that World Cup was on.
So you've been following cricket from the age of 9 and 10?
Yeah, and it's a privilege to be behind the mic, to be able to call action when this man's going to be batting in centre. Oh, look at that, that just died on him. Yeah, some two-paced so far on the surface in the second innings. Some have kept low, and the odd bound that has surprised the batters with some extra bounce.
Yeah, it's surely been an up and down pitch for sure. It has provided the 195 runs and 61 for none. So one can't complain, but it's just that odd ball that, you know, is misbehaving, keeping it a little low. There it is again, not coming onto the bat, but still manages to get the single to keep the strike. He'll move on to 47. The team score, Sri Lanka after 6 will be 62 for none. The Annapurna Trust would like to thank the government of Karnataka for ensuring nutrition for school-going children. Government of Karnataka. Dell Technologies as well, the Prashanti Bala Mandira Trust. They thank the Dell Technologies, the power to do more.
He's just 3 short of a half century. We're only 6 overs into this innings. They're chasing 196. Going at 9.5 to the over. Right on course are the Sri Lankans. The good thing is that they haven't lost a single wicket. Mavanatapattu, Aravinda De Silva yet to bat. It almost feels like we're in the late 90s when I say that. But no, this is 2025 and it is right. Mavanatapattu and Aravinda De Silva are yet to walk out to bat. There's going to be a change in the bowling. Is it going to be spin for the first time? Yes, it is. 2-time World Cup winning Indian cricketer Piyush Chawla with the ball in hand from the north end.
25 matches, 32 wickets. He's got a 4 as his best. And he'll be bowling to the dangerous Taranga. Long on, long off in place, deep mid wicket. There's a man behind square at 45, so the sweep is on. Can we see that googly that he's so famous for, Piyush Chawla? Yes, keep an eye on that wrong gun. That's going to come at some point. It's over for sure.
He doesn't mind flighting it a wee bit, Piyush Chawla. He's always happy to entice the batters to take him on. He's a wily old customer. He can spin the ball both ways. A proper wicket taker in the shortest format of the game. At the moment, Upul Taranga doesn't mind some air. He'll help himself to a boundary over extra cover. And the 50 comes up for Upul Taranga. He's made it look pretty easy. The Lankans are making this look pretty easy.
We enjoyed Namanoja's innings, and take a look at that to celebrate 50 over extra cover. There was a field deep there, but he just retrieved the ball and handed it back to Piyush Chawla. Take a look at that. Absolutely no chance for the fielder there. Applause in the Sri Lankan dugout for that well-compiled half-century. Down the track again. There is a fielder there, and straight down his throat. Stuart Binney, the fielder, and Piyush Chawla in the 7th over has stung like a bee.
And it's only taken him 3 deliveries. Upul Taranga trying to get one too many. He got that boundary, was looking for one more, and a sharp catch running to the right from Stuart Binney. Excellent knock comes to an end. It's the first wicket. India have taken their time to pick up this wicket. It's Upul Taranga departing for 51. Sri Lanka 66 for 1. Should be a great game this at the moment. They're right on course. And if it goes this way, we're going down to the wire. Promises to be a really good contest this. But like we said, this game is more than just about cricket. It's a celebration of unity through the game of cricket. In just 12 years, they've impacted lives all around the world. Over 13 million lives that have been touched across 80 countries. Founded by Shri Madhusudan Sai. Milinda Sirivardhana is the new batter, a left-hander. He replaces the southpaw Upul Taranga. And we've had 39 balls so far. First, Romesh Kalavarthana, spin at the non-strikers, and for a long time, he's only faced 11 deliveries.
You know, it's always intriguing to see the Sri Lankan batting lineup, because you have 4 or 5 left-handers. It's like how the West Indians say that you shake a tree and you find a fast bowler falling off the tree. Perhaps in Sri Lanka, you shake the tree and you find a few left-handed batsmen falling off them. Yeah, he's there because of this. Positive in intent, but just found Stuart Binney at long off. A nice smart catch to end an innings that looked good for more.
Actually thought you're going to say if you shake a tree in Sri Lanka, you'll find a spinner. And to right, they have left-handed batters aplenty. Piyush Chawla strikes gold for India. He was a part of the Indian team when they won the World Cup in 2007, was a part of the Indian team when they won the World Cup in 2011. Oh, that was right in front. That looks close. Not much of an appeal from Piyush Chawla.
Perhaps just a little bit of a bat involved, or going down the leg side. Or maybe pitching outside the leg stump. A heave-ho outside that off stump will fetch him a boundary at square leg. I don't think he really intended for it to go there, but he still gets the boundary nonetheless.
He was just looking for some sort of contact, and he got enough of bat behind that. 7 completed, 71 for 1 And we'd like to thank Hatton Tea Company and Bud to Cup for their generous support towards the One World, One Family Cup. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would also like to say thank you to Bharat Petroleum for supporting healthcare through technology. At the moment, the run rate just a little over 10. They're well on course to chasing this down, Sri Lanka. Upul Taranga departed after a well-made 51 in just 28 deliveries. Mavanata Patu and Aravinda De Silva yet to bat. And lots of stars there. We know Chaminda Vas can hit the ball. Stuart Benny will come back for the second over. An expensive first one. Shy at the stumps there. Did take it a wee bit easy, Melinda. And that Manoj Tiwari. There you go, he fancied himself. That would have been out had he hit.
$72 for 1. 9.66 the run rate. Magnificent opening partnership of 66 between Kaluvitarana and Taranga. Can we see some vintage Kaluvitarana batting? We saw that so much in the mid to late 90s when he, along with Sanat Jayasuriya, really dictated terms to the bowlers, rewrote the batting manual, really took full toll of those first 15 overs at that time, the power play. That was the time when you got off to that huge start and then consolidated the innings and then came back and exploded at the back end. Well, now you do it from the word go. That'll be a boundary for Melinda Sirivardhane.
Well, left-handers are enjoying themselves, that is for sure. It was there to be hit. Nobody square on the leg side. Helped himself to another boundary. Just struggling with the line and the length here, Stuart Benny. We spoke about Aravinda De Silva, slated to come in soon. First, we have to mention, we know we've spoken so much about what he's done on a cricket field. But he's been a pioneer. He's been a great advocate of being a public servant off the cricket field as well, Aravinda De Silva. And a big reason as to why Sri Lanka are part of this wonderful cause here this afternoon. Aravinda De Silva and his wife Anushka have dedicated themselves to making a difference in healthcare in Sri Lanka. And his leadership and influence continue to inspire not just people in sport, but he's played such a massive role in changing the lives of so many people. He was Aravinda De Silva was present at the inauguration of the Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani Hospital in Sri Lanka, a landmark moment in providing free cardiac care in the country. And the hospital has actually completed over 2,200 cath interventions, giving thousands of patients quite literally a new lease on life. And so when a man who's done it all on the cricket field goes on and doing even bigger things off the cricket field, it just tells you the kind of person that he is. Excellent commitment there. That was Abhimanyu Mithun. And that's what it's all about. It's about helping making this world a better place, and that's why we're all here today. 80 for 1 in 8. Look at Abhimanyu Mithun, he's a big unit. It takes a while for him to come down. He uses the big boots to stop that boundary. At the moment, they're going at 10 to the over. We'd also take this opportunity for Prashanti Balamandira Trust to say thank you to HDFC Bank for supporting healthcare through technology. At the moment, they're going at 10 runs to the over, Sri Lanka. They need 116 in the remaining 12 overs. Right on course in getting this done. That's a familiar face in the background. Mayanti Langa. wife of Stuart Binney. Always nice to have family around. A husband and wife that have been very actively involved in India's cricketing circle. One of the great all-rounders, Stuart Binney and Mayanti Langer, a pioneer in broadcasting here in India. And at the moment, Milinda Sirivardhane helps himself to another massive six. Plenty of flight there from Piyush Chawla, and he loved every bit of it. That is just possibly the biggest six we've seen. We've seen a few already. Oh, better luck next time. The fans trying to get hold of that. Now, is this another one? You bet it is. That is huge. Sri Lanka go into the 90s. Milinda Sirivardhane into double digits. He's back 19 of 8 at a strike rate of 237. Well on course to winning this game. One family Sri Lanka. He's enjoying the right arm leg spinner bowling into him. And he gives it another one. 3 sixes in a row. And Piyush Chawla, after a successful first over, has been treated to 18. 2 short of 100, the Sri Lankans. Similar areas from Piyush Chawla and Milinda Sirivardhane using those angles to perfection, and he deposits them in similar areas as well. They could get this done in a canter. The last 30 balls, 63 runs have been scored by the Lankans. And there he is. The skipper will be a happy man after pulling off a jaunty Rhodes on the field. He can be happy under the shade. It's pretty hot out here. His partners, his mates are getting the job done. An inch closer to the 100 mark. When are we going to see Sunil Joshi in action?
Everyone has a lot of strength.
And I'm not too sure
If they can beat Gallery 3.
Milinda Sirivardhane will have any problem at all if Sunil Joshi comes in. He wouldn't mind a left arm spinner turning it into him. Romesh Kalavitarna now, he gets a boundary. Not the most convincing style, but he gets plenty of bat, and Sri Lanka have picked up 23 runs in that over. Their 100 comes up, 103 for 1 in 9 overs. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Bindu for their generous support of the One World, One Family Cup. And Each One Educate One Foundation would like to thank Fifth Avenue for promoting high school education in rural India. Suddenly looks like a much better batting surface when the runs come like this. It flows off the bat. Piyush Chawla has conceded 32 in his 2 overs. Have a look at the strike rates of these batters. Upul Taranga, almost 180. Romesh Kalavitarna at 140 almost. And Milinda Sirivardhane at 260. I wonder if we're going to get to see Mavanata Patu and Aravinda De Silva. We're here at the picturesque Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. It is as good a ground as you'll ever get the world over. He's just swatted that into oblivion. He's dealing in sixes, is Milinda Sirivardhane. The Lankans are getting this done pretty quickly. The required run rate is down to just 8. Oh, he gave that a good tonk, all right. Shot delivery. And it hasn't been a happy outing for Stuart Binney. 28 he's given in just 13 deliveries. This time, outside off, take 4 more. There ain't stopping this left-hander from Sri Lanka. Romesh Kalavitarna continues to play second fiddle. Well, we don't say that too often. We didn't say that too often. Rather, when he was playing, Romesh Kalavitarna was often the center of it all. At the moment, he was happy to play second fiddle first to Upul and now Milinda. Well, there's been a flurry of sixes and boundaries in the last 5 deliveries to 7. That required run rate is now below 8. When are we going to see Venkatesh Prasad with the ball, Fazal? When are we going to see Arvinda De Silva and Mavanatupatu with the bat? A lot of fans here are probably here to see them.
Well, he clearly indicated to you that he's really a fit man, like you just mentioned on his social media handle. He's posts a lot of fitness videos and reels and stuff like that. But he's did admit that he's not completely fit to come and bowl, but we would see him at some point, is what he said, of a very short run-up.
You know, whatever it is, a lot of fans that have come here to watch their favourite stars from yesteryears. And he certainly was a star, particularly in the 96 World Cup. Romesh Kalavitarna, and along with Sanat Jayasuriya, revolutionized ODI cricket forever. It changed the way that format was played. And they had the rest of the world following suit and doing what they did. They were pioneers in attacking cricket, in the ODI format. They absolutely tore apart bowling lineups in the 96 World Cup, Jayasuriya and Kalavitarna. Oh boy, nightmares they gave so many Indian fans.
So, well, in that game that you're talking about, the 96 game, Navneet, Kalavitarna was caught by Manjurekar off the bowling of Venkatesh Prasad. And Jayasuriya was caught by Venkatesh Prasad of the bowling of Srinath. They were 1 for 2 before that man Arvinda De Silva walked out to bat and just smashed the rest of them to all parts of the Eden Gardens and got a nice 50 and then won the game for Sri Lanka.
I'll tell you one thing though, Romesh Kalavitarna did that a lot of Indians didn't like that day, was stumping a certain Sachin Tendulkar. It was a game that was hanging in the balance at the time. Tendulkar was playing another special Sachin Tendulkar-like innings. And he kept the hopes of millions of Indians alive until Romesh Kalavitarna pulled off a moment of brilliance to a ball that was drifting away from the batter. And that game changed the course of that World Cup in history forever. 10 completed, we're halfway through. Sri Lanka dominating. Each one, Educate One Foundation would like to thank SBI and Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Western Digital. Like we said, it's an entire battalion of partners and sponsors that have come together for helping make this second edition of the One World, One Family Cup happen. At the moment, the Lankans 117 for 1 at the halfway stage. It was pretty much neck and neck for about 8 overs until Upul Taranga decided to score 23 off a Piyush Chawla over. 3 sixes on the trot, and now it's advantage Sri Lanka. Here's a quick recap of what went down in the first 10 overs here. In the chase, Upul Taranga a little lucky early on. Romesh Kalavitarna didn't get a lot of the strike, but when he did, he was happy to pick up boundaries. But it was an Upul Taranga show in the first 5 overs. He's an exquisite left-handed bat, very appealing to the eye, and he played some top shots. Was happy to edge a couple to the boundary as well. And then Milinda Sirivardhana took a liking to Piyush Chawla, and he took him for 3 sixes downtown. He then kept swatting them with given outside off. He went over extra cover. All in all, it's been a happy afternoon for Sri Lanka. There you go. At the moment, all 3 batters well into the double digits. Taranga with a half century. Romesh Kalavitarna and Milinda Sirivardhana not out in the center. And like we said, it's a wonderful occasion, this, the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup 2025. Here's a quick look at the Indian bowlers on the expensive side.
Well, yes, that's primarily because the way that Upul Taranga came and really set the cat amongst the pigeons as far as the batting was concerned. They were chasing nine plus runs in the over, and then when Taranga came out to bat with Romesh Kaluvitarana, they both stitched together 66 for that first wicket, and that really has set the game for Sri Lanka to build on. And I'm really hoping and waiting for that moment when Arvinder De Silva would come out to bat, Navneet, and that would be a real fanboy moment for you.
Are you trying to keep talking? Because I have to show everyone on camera how sharp and wonderful Fazal Khalil is looking. Faz, it's wonderful to be in your company. You've been in the company of a lot of these cricketers that have played for Karnataka, Fazal. And now behind the mic in a very different avatar.
Well, yes, I've had the good fortune to play with someone like Venkatesh Prasad, with Sunil Joshi, Sujit Som Sundar, Doda Ganesh. We all grew up playing age group cricket together. We played in the under 15s. We played in the Ranji Trophy together. There he is. We spent many good moments for Karnataka. We won the Ranji Trophy a couple of times in the 90s. There was Srinath, there was Rahul, there was Anil, there was Joshi, who's on your screen right now. In fact, Joshi went on to pick up close to 50 wickets before he made that mark and came into that Indian team. We had 6 or 7 playing for the country, for the country from Karnataka in that particular year. And it was like you mentioned earlier, it was like a golden era of Karnataka cricket. 69 matches, 69 wickets for him. But what's more impressive about Sunil Joshi is the kind of team man he's been and the kind of flag bearer for Karnataka cricket he's been. He's the highest wicket taker in Karnataka history. You have the likes of Irapalli Prasanna, Chandrasekhar, for company, and he's right at the top of the tree. We've had Raghuram Bhatt there. So he's surpassed them all, and he's come from very humble beginnings, and that's the beauty of the story of Sunil Joshi. He's come from a small town like Gadag, come into the big madding world of Bangalore and made a mark for himself. He's been a national selector. He's now the bowling coach for Punjab Kings. It's a great story of Sunil Joshi, and a lot who come from the rural backgrounds of cricket. So I'm so happy to see cricket played like this in rural Bangalore, rural Karnataka. So you get so much of talent to come to Bangalore and express themselves, and facilities like this will only add to the talent pool that Karnataka has. We won the Ranji Trophy, I think, 7 times or 8 times now, and I'm sure that someone like Sunil Joshi or Venkatesh Prasad would really, lend a fillip to the rural talent that comes from Karnataka.
And as times have changed, a lot of their roles as far as in their association with the game is concerned has evolved as well. Fazal, a lot of them have flourishing broadcasting careers as we speak. They're also coaches in different leagues around the world. It's incredible how you continue to be associated with the game, but in different capacities. And, well, I wonder if you ever imagined yourself behind the mic when you were playing back in the day in the early 90s. And today, you're commentating for a game where a lot of your mates are on the park. I'd be surprised if you saw that coming. But that is crisp from Romesh Kalivirtana. Vintage Romesh here in Namma Bengaluru.
Well, a gentle tossed up delivery by Sunil Joshi down the track. Well, he must be close to 53 or 54, Romesh Kalivirtana, but he can do that even if he's 154.
Well, he'd like to hear that for sure. This is It's such a privilege to be here behind the mic calling action. When you're watching some of the stars of the game in action, Sunil Joshi bowling to Romesh Kalavitarna. Like we said, it almost feels it's like the late 90s. But here we are almost 30 years on. And these players are as fit as they come. That is an excellent catch. He had his eyes on the prize all along. And that is a fabulous catch and an important one to get the wicket. Is that Parthiv Patel? Yeah, it is Parthiv Patel. Unfamiliar territory. He's a keeper. That's how we know him. But that is a brilliant catch.
Well, it was in the air, so I'm sure there was a bit of flutter in his heart. He's not used to catching the ball without the gloves. Sirivardhan has gone for 40 very, very well made runs. And after 11, Sri Lanka 127 for 2, but still in the driver's seat.
The Annapurna Trust would like to thank the Government of Karnataka for ensuring nutrition for school-going children. And Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Coforge, capacity building in rural medication. And just when Sri Lanka were running away with this game, it's India that pick up a wicket and crawl their way back in. Asela Gunaratne, who was a bit of a mystery spinner himself, and he had some success with the ball in hand. Now his turn with the bat. We're yet to see the stars come in. Right when we speak about the stars, right on cue, here is the skipper, Venkatesh Prasad, captain of One World India, with the ball in hand. Look at that run-up. That's not a Venkatesh Prasad run-up. Surely he's not going to bowl spin, Fazal.
Well, he clearly gave it away at the toss, didn't he? He said I would be bowling of a very short run-up. But what I'm hoping that is, you can see those back of the hand slower deliveries, you know, mixing the pace. He will definitely get one or two to skid off the surface. But the wicketkeeper up. Straight away, back of the hand.
Right away, Fuzz. And a gentle start by Venkatesh Prasad. He wasn't the most menacing fast bowler in his time, but he was mighty effective. He used that cricketing brain to good effect. I'm going to ask you a question to which I think I already know the answer to. A loud grunt when he delivers that ball. He's attending to that right shoulder already. First, tell us a little bit about Venki. You know him a lot better.
Well, he's an enigma, isn't he? One of the nicest persons to have around you in a dressing room. He calms the dressing room down. He's always, you know, in your ear. Especially if you're a youngster coming to the team for the first time, he'll be the one who'll come and calm your nerves and he'll come and tell you, like, don't worry, you're here because you're good enough to be here. It's not by inheritance that you're here. So we are there to back you, back your own ability, and come and express yourselves. He's that one kind of a man who would do that in the Karnataka dressing room, and I'm sure that he's done it in the Indian dressing room as well. Very soft-spoken, gentle giant, so to say.
The loud grunt that you can absolutely hear from our stump mic. But a gentle giant is just about the best way to describe one of the great servants of not just Karnataka cricket, but Indian cricket. And much better, gets his line and length right. It's taken a while. Yeah, but what's your best memory of Venkatesh Prasad? If I ask the entire country, I'm very likely to get one answer. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Well, again, you're going back to the 1996 year, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You're just obsessed with that 1996. So the first thing that comes to any Indian's mind who's seen and played cricket around that era would have been that send-off of Amir Sohail. And believe me, till that time, we didn't know there was a little aggression in Venki as well. It was a surprise to us. Didn't mince any words, did he? But yes, one of the nicest guys to have around. But off late, I think he's become a general manager. He's got a promotion in his bank, so he's a general manager now. Big role, big shoes. He's very devoted and dedicated to his work and his bank.
And he has a smile on his face despite conceding 4. It's that kind of an afternoon because cricket, well, this is a cricket match after all, but it is not going to take center stage. It's the cause of as to why we're here that's at the center of it all. It went off the bat. Required run rate 7.5. It's still advantage Sri Lanka. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank eTravel Value for supporting rural education. All these partners and sponsors that have gone out of their way to helping make this world a better place. The Annapurna Trust will say a big thank you to LG once again. It is pretty hot, but it's still early summer days here in Namma Bengaluru, so it isn't the harshest sun yet.
I'm surprised you call it early summer days, Navneet. It's just, we're still at the end of winter.
It's hot already, Fuzz, come on.
It's a nice winter afternoon. And it's just a few days away from your favorite day.
Fuzz will stay out of that. There it is, another gorgeous view of this stadium. Sunil Joshi continues into his second over. Beautiful drone shots, these. Oh, lucky! Very lucky indeed! For a split second, Sunil Joshi would have already been celebrating a stumping. Instead, it's 2 to the total.
Lucky there, but what an effort by Irfan Pathan. And just take a look at that. Down the track, just misses that. Oh, just the inner edge, saving him there. Kaluvitarana and Irfan Pathan. Valiant attempt this from him at fine leg. Down the track again. Moves on to 40. And Sunil Joshi at the other end is another person who you want to have in your team, you want to have in the dressing room. Not a negative bone in his body. Down the track, over extra cover, brilliantly hit. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. The umpire will signal 6. There it is. In his own ways, he signals a 6. But what a shot! Take a look at this. It's absolutely like poetry in motion. Came inside the line of the ball, created the angle, gave him the required distance from the ball and just extended those arms. That bat has seen many a battle, hasn't it? It's heavily taped. I think one of the guys need to hand him a new bat.
It's probably from his playing days. Oh, was there an outside edge there? Anything from the bat at all? Sharp from Namanoja with the keeper gloves on. 13 done, 146 for 2. And just a little over 7 per over required for Sri Lanka. The Annapurna Trust would like to say thank you to the Kempegowda International Airport Foundation for supporting morning nutrition for Indian children.
146 for 2. 7 overs to go. 50 runs to win. 7 overs, 50 runs. ಯಾರು ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ? ಯಾರ್ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೆ.
Well, that's the Manhattan of the two sides of the Sri Lankan chase. The ninth over, the most expensive, but they've got some work to do. 7.14 runs to the over is what they need. It's 2 p.m. in Bangalore, or just outside of Bangalore. Venkatesh Prasad, the second over, and pulls him around. Kalavitharana seeing a lot of changes of pace. The guile of Venkatesh Prasad is evident. You can well and truly imagine what kind of bowler he would have been in his heyday. We were mentioning that famous dismissal of Amir Sohail and the famous send-off as well. Venkatesh Prasad, 1.1 overs, none for 10, round the wicket this time. Got him! Clean him up! There it is, the famous celebration of Venkatesh Prasad. Yeah, a hug from the wicket keeper. Asala Gunaratne. He's gone. Oh, the happiness on the face of Venkatesh Prasad, bowling him around the legs. Came really across that one. And there it is. A very famous celebration of Venkatesh Prasad. That's the way he liked to do it in his playing days. Gunaratne gone for 9, bowled Venkatesh Prasad. And in the 14th over, Sri Lanka 147 for 3. Well, the flags fluttering, the Indian flags, the Sri Lankan flags, and the reason for that is in the 14th over, Gunaratne departs, and that's the spirit in which this game is being played. Very significant there in the person holding the two flags of well, and he's there in the middle, the big man, Arvinda De Silva, 308 matches, 9,284 runs and a strike rate of 81, a best of 145. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. Arvinda De Silva is in the house. The batting royalty, and can we see some real royal display of batsmanship here this afternoon at the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium, about 100 kilometers from Bangalore, in this beautiful venue. Arvinda De Silva, 93 test matches, 6,361 runs, 20 hundreds and 22 50s. That's in test cricket. 308 ODIs, 9,284 runs. That'll be called wide. In ODIs, Arvinda De Silva has got 11 hundreds and 64 50s. Yes, you heard that right. 64 50s. And he's here. And he's off the mark. Much to the delight of this huge crowd at this Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. Fans of Arvinda De Silva. All of 59 years of age is this man on your screen, and he's all smiles for his good friend. Well, imploring for that wide. He's the man who matters, and he thought it wasn't a wide. Venkatesh Prasad around the wicket to Kalavitharana. Pulled him away. Will just be the single. 59 years of age, and he's still on the cricket field. Well, not in my dreams had I thought that I would be calling a game where it would have Arvinda De Silva and Romesh Kalavitharana in the middle, and Venkatesh Prasad bowling to him. Great sights here in the Sai Krishnan cricket ground. Wow. That's the end of the 14th over. The 150 coming up for 3. 151 Sri Lanka for 3.
151 for 3.
Well, each one Educate One Foundation would like to thank Sabre, promoting higher secondary and medical education.
In 36 balls. Let's cheer for both teams. Badminton के स्पेशल प्रोत्साहन. Let's cheer India! India!
Sri Lanka One family need 45 runs to win from 36 legal deliveries. Very, very doable, considering the fact that Romesh Kaluvitrana is on 42 and Arvinda De Silva has just walked into bat. Manoj Tiwari from the north end. Polite inquiry, just beaten by the pace or perhaps a lack of it. The required run rate 7.50. There it is, confirmation as Manoj Tiwari from the north end, 12 matches, 5 wickets, so he can bowl. 4 for 61, his best. That's pulled away too long on, and just after a slight break, in walks a beaming Navneet Krishna, because that man is in the house.
We certainly are in the midst of cricketing royalty. I'm not talking about the man to my right. I am talking about a certain individual in the center. No matter where you go, you will hear from people who've been fans or have been associated with this game in different capacities as to what the impact of this man has been on this game. And today we celebrate what he's doing outside the cricket field even as we speak. His impact is there for millions the world over. A real humanitarian, Aravinda De Silva. And there they are on the left of your screen, Shri Madhusudan Sai. The reason as to why we're here today with the help of his mission. And on his left was the great Sunil Gavaskar. Aravinda De Silva decides to take the aerial route.
Well, lucky for him that it didn't carry to that man at mid-wicket, and lucky for all the spectators who have come here to see some really good batting this from Aravinda De Silva, just not connecting it. It's that top edge flying high. And take a look at where Manoj Tiwari has finished. He's finished right in the front of the umpire. So perhaps the umpire will have a word with him and say, if you don't get out of the way, I won't be able to see, and give an LBW decision. 43 now of 33. Romesh Kaluvitrana, he was playing second fiddle when Taranga was at the crease, but now he's in top flight. Beautifully struck this. Will just get the single, but that free flow of the bat shows what quality of the player. End of the over, 15 done, 155 for 3.
155 for 3.
The Annapurna Trust would like to thank the government of Telangana, empowering the future with fortified nutrition.
But what you're actually seeing is right. If you're just tuned in and you're looking at the scoreboard, and it's Sri Lanka versus India, and Romesh Kaluvitrana and Aravinda De Silva are on the scoreboard, and you're wondering, wait, is this really 2025? It is. And it is true that it is the great Aravinda De Silva and Romesh Kaluvitrana in the center. Legends of India and Sri Lanka for a cause that is much greater than the game of cricket. And it's wonderful that the game we love is bringing these two nations together. They've often been rivals, competitors, but today they're playing for a common cause. one that will play a massive role in helping make this world a better place. And that loud grunt from the Indian skipper, Venkatesh Prasad. Doesn't have the usual long run-up, like he did mention at the toss. Romesh Kalavitanna has been around for 15 overs. First under the hot sun, 15 overs, that in itself is job well done. Roll back the years. The stance of Aravinda de Silva. Nostalgic, isn't it? With that Kookaburra bat in hand against the Australians.
Well, Venkatesh Prasad, there's the customary celebration. He's picked up 2 for a person who was, there's the missus, she's happy. She's exulting more than Venkatesh Prasad himself. And really good innings by Romesh Kalavitarana. There it is, Venkatesh Prasad, score one again. Yeah, there it is. We've seen that for the last probably 3 decades. The same celebration over and over again. Kalavitarana gone for 45, and in the 16th over, Sri Lanka 157 for 4.
Look who's brought out the water bottles. That is Junior Stuart Binney in action. Yeah, he's having a good run. So nice to see. Lovely visuals that you often see him on Stuart Binney's social media handles with a bat in hand, practicing his batting skills at home with mum and dad. Today he has a different role to make sure that the Indian team is well hydrated. Lovely to see that. Venkatesh Prasad, we'd love to see a little more of those celebrations. With the right hand going up with his finger indicating out. Nuwan Zoisa, Zippy comes in. That ball held its line. Now let's just take a look at the wicket once again. Kept it pretty much simple. You do the basic things right. Look at that. Enjoyed that, didn't he? So did the wife. Makes it that much more special when you have family watching you and celebrating along with you. 39 of 26.
You know, more than Venkatesh Prasad's reaction, Navneet, I really like the reaction of Jayanti Prasad, his wife. She was over the moon. She's been the wind beneath the wings for Venkatesh Prasad, right from when they got married. She's been his strength through thick and thin. There she is. She's enjoying this game. She's enjoying the husband out there in the middle. Jayanti Prasad. She's been there for Karnataka games. She's been there for all the Indian games. So I've known her for many, many years now. 16 done, 158 for 4.
And as we've done through the day, we'll just give you a quick reminder of what the partnerships have looked like. They've had decent partnerships all through this innings, and that's why they find themselves in a very comfortable situation. They just need 9.5 to the over for 4 overs. Like we said, like we've done all through the day, we will say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors. Each One Education, One Founders. Say a big thank you to Karnataka Bank. Oh, that could be out. Up goes the finger. The slider from Manoj Tiwari. And he gets Nuwan Zoisa.
Well, there she is again. Oh, she's full of beans this afternoon. Well, I just, as I stepped out of the commentary box, I saw the elaborate spread on the buffet table, and Zippy will have to zip back to the pavilion nice and early. Zoisa gone for 1, LBW Manoj Tiwari in the 17th over, Sri Lanka 158 for 5.
This is what we've been waiting for, to see Marva Natapatu and Aravinda De Silva batting alongside each other. Fair to say, two of the greatest cricketers that Sri Lanka have ever produced, two of the greatest batters that the game has seen. And fast forward many years, a couple of decades, and here they are with a bat in hand, batting with each other. Who can forget Marva Natapatu's partnerships in the longest format of the game, along with Mahela Jayawardena? Those partnerships would last a lifetime. First, it almost felt like they kept batting day in and day out.
Well, yes, he's played 90 test matches for Sri Lanka, scored 5,500 runs, 266 ODIs, 8,529 runs. So he's knows a thing or two about batting, and I'm not surprised that you say it's been a lifetime of partnerships with Arvinda, maybe with Mahila, with Ranatunga. He's been a real a nucleus of Sri Lankan cricket. Take a look at that. 8,529 runs pulled away on the bounce to Stuart Binney. Just a single. Yeah, I was just saying he's got 16 hundreds in Test cricket, 17 50s, 268 matches in his ODI career, 8,500 runs, 132 as his best. He's got 11 hundreds and 59 50s in ODIs. That's beautifully played by the veteran. Will he get a boundary? That's a great stop this by Ashok Dinda.
And these are champions, not just with the bat in hand. Like we said, they have championed many a causes that have changed the lives of so many people, and that's why they're here. Aravinda De Silva and Marva Natapatu have been big influences back home in helping the society become a better place. Fair to say that these two batters will go down in the top 5 greatest Sri Lankan batters ever. You probably will add Jayawardena Sangakkara and maybe Asana Jayasuriya in the top 5 greatest batters. And aren't we privileged to be in the company of two of them? Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Bharat Petroleum for supporting healthcare through technology. We're 17 overs done and dusted here. And also a big thank you to Hatton Tea Company and Bud to Cup for their generous support of this great initiative. Only 3 overs remain. And we're going down to the wire. It's starting to get a lot closer here. 32 in 18. Which way is this going? What a contest. We couldn't have written a script any better. The weather just about right for a great game of cricket. So many cricketing stars and a great game of T20 cricket, and all of them have been treated. Fuzz pick a winner, 32 in 18.
Well, cricket for sure. the vision of the Sadguru, the mission that these cricketers have come to support. That's the true winner. Really immaterial who wins or loses this game. I'm sure they're playing to win, but the mission of the Sadguru, the vision of the Sadguru, that's the real winner here. And Venkatesh Prasad is bowling his last over despite the grunts, the moans, the groans, a little bit of shoulder injury perhaps. He's completing his 4-over quota. He's picked up 2 wickets. 11.25 runs to the over is what they require. And they have a little over 2 overs to do it in.
He's given that a good hit. There is a fielder who will watch it go past him. Ashok Dinda will suggest to the umpire that it's maximum. Aravinda De Silva deposits one for a big mighty 6.
Absolutely. Take a look at that. Back of the hand, slow delivery. Picked it up early and just disdainfully dispatched it from his presence, didn't he? He still shows that he's not going down without a fight. Nicely bowled. Venkatesh Prasad on his follow through. The commitment of the man coming to the fore. Aravinda De Silva 16 of 12. Let's take a look at that effort again. Yeah, that's the kind of sportsman spirit that Venkatesh Prasad possesses outside their off stump. Just one delivery left in his spell. He's picked up 2 for 25. Can he make it 3 for 25? And the big one of Aravinda De Silva. Or can Aravinda pick the slower delivery and put it over mid-wicket again? One last delivery in his spell. In the air and gone! Venkatesh Prasad of the very last delivery picks up the big wicket of Aravinda De Silva. And Sri Lanka now reduced to 172 for 5. And Venkatesh Prasad has 3 for 25.
It wasn't his best delivery. I'll tell you what, that isn't Aravinda De Silva's best pull shot as well. He celebrates that wicket and it's the big one. One of the great Aravinda De Silva. He departs for 16 after a fantastic 6. This game is getting mighty close. 24 needed in 12 for Sri Lanka to win this game. Thank you for the entertainment. A standing ovation for a man who's been a champion on and off the cricket field. A befitting ovation for a man who deserves every bit of it. Prashanthi Bala Mandira Trust would like to thank Rotary International for supporting healthcare for those in need. And the Prashanthi Bala Mandira Trust would like to thank Bindu for their generous support of the One World, One Family Cup. Yeah, he deserves that bit of rest. Yeah, he's practicing that shot like, why did I get that wrong? It's what is in his blood. It's in his DNA that even now, when he gets out, he goes back into the dugout, gets his pads off, and shadow practices that shot, hoping that he can do it better the next time around. That's what makes them what they are. Taranga Paranavitana is the new batter. Another left-hander comes in. As Fazal said, you shake a tree in Sri Lanka, you'll get a left-handed batter come out. Right, Manoj Tiwari once again with the ball in hand. Are we likely to see a little more of those sidearm sliders coming in?
What an effort by Venkatesh Prasad. 3 for 25 of his 4 overs. Every ball he bowled, you could hear that loud groan. Tiwari will be called wide.
So they require 12 runs and over. Need 23 from 12, and this is the reason what sent Arvinda De Silva back in the hut. Badri, the fielder on that occasion, wide again. Need 22 now from 12. Possible.
Very much possible. Marwan Atapattu has got the glasses on. He's as cool a batter as you'll ever see. Oh, he shimmies around. Moves from leg stump to off stump. Trying to get inside the line of the ball.
There it is, just moving in his crease, trying to get the boundary. There was no fielder behind Irfan Pathan at 45 on the leg side. Need 21 now from 11 legal deliveries. Parana Vitana, the left-hander on strike, yet to open his account. And opening his account he does. Will he come back for two? Marwan Atapattu, yes he does. Struggling, hobbling, but he still completes two.
And that's why it's so nice to see them, the commitment from these players. And they know that they're here not just for the game of cricket, but to champion a cause that is much bigger. We've been speaking about legends all along the day. I don't think they get any bigger than this man on your screen. And he does it, no matter what he does in life, he does it with a smile on his face, much like what he's giving us now. Isn't it typical to see Muthaiya Muralidharan with a smile on his face? Very different to when he's delivering a ball with those big eyes. We're going down to the wire here. But this One World, One Family Cup in its second edition has been a great success. And a big thank you to everyone from India and Sri Lanka coming together in making this happen. And a big thank you to the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission. And there he is, the legend himself, Mr. G.R. Vishwanath, will go down in Indian folklore as one of the most gifted Indian batters to have played the game. And today we celebrated 50 years of that iconic 97 not out against the West Indies. We've certainly been amidst cricketing royalty today. Inside out. Good shot. Fielder underneath. Makes no mistake. I think it's Badrinath once again. Manoj Tiwari picks up another wicket. India now slowly shifting the advantage in their favour.
Well, perhaps the last nail in the coffin as far as the One Family Sri Lankan team is concerned. Marwan Atapattu was their lone hope. Left straight to Badri, makes no mistake. The skipper, his innings comes to an end for 6. Got Badrinath bowled Manoj, and in the 19th over, Sri Lanka 180 for 7.
As another wicket falls, another step closer to a future where every child has access to health care. That's what we stand for.
Seven wickets down. That opening partnership lasted quite a bit, but after the first wicket fell, India have been busy with the wickets. They've kept picking up wickets at frequent intervals, and they find themselves with a bit of an advantage here. Now, Sri Lanka needs 16 in 7. 180 for 7. Ajanta Mendes comes in. Everyone knows what he does with the ball. Well, he's got some work to do with the bat in hand. Manoj Tiwari, unorthodox, unconventional, but effective. One more goes down. Manoj Tiwari with number 3. Wide signal. Number 8 comes down for Sri Lanka. India on the verge of a victory here.
Well, really intelligent bowling this by Manoj Tiwari. Saw the batsman coming out early, pushed it down the leg side. Naman Oja, probably one of the most easiest stumpings of his career. Well, he's still unhappy face there of Arvinda De Silva as Ajanta Mendes departs for a golden duck. Sri Lanka now staring at defeat. 181 for 8.
What a match we have in hand.
Tilan Thusara comes in. That's a breeze in strike rate, but he'll need to strike way better than that if they got to win this. Got to strike at over 200. 7 deliveries remaining, 15 needed. Romesh Kalavitarna and Mavanatapatu wondering how did things shift so quickly.
The new batter in for Sri Lanka One family is the Shara.
All through the afternoon today, we've had a packed crowd here at the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. And the grandstand right behind you, on the right of your screen. Fantastic over from Manoj Tiwari. Wides are plenty, but a couple of wickets in the process. Sri Lanka need 14 of the last over. What a game it's been. Prashanti Balamandira Trust would like to thank Coforge and Autumn as well for supporting our nurses. 39 overs we've seen of some of the greats of the game. It's been an absolute privilege. And that man is the reason why we're here today. Shri Madhusudan Sai. And isn't that gorgeous? We've spoken about it all day long. Very likely that this is a ground that you'll see a lot more often in the days to come. It's a stunning facility here with the running track all around the circumference of this ground. Abhimanyu Mithun given the task to bowl the final over. Bowled a couple at the start, gave away 16. And Venkatesh Prasad assigns that duty to the Karnataka fast bowler to get the job done. Last year, we had the likes of Sachin Tendulkar, Yuvraj Singh, and Muthaiya Muralidharan, Monty Panesar, and so many other stars for the first edition of the One World, One Family Cup. This year, there have been no shortage of superstars. The great man himself, Mr. GRV. Sri Lanka coming back in this. There's a boundary of the first ball. Tilan Thusara is like, how did I squeeze that for 4?
Well, is there another twist in the tail? Gets a 4 of the first delivery. They need 10 from 5. Well, they have it more or less in the bag, do India. But a couple of wides maybe, like we saw from Manoj Tiwari, would really hurt. There's Venkatesh Prasad clearly telling the bowler, there he is, instructing him, requesting him perhaps not to bowl a no ball and not to bowl a wide. Shot fine inside the circle. Oh, that's a full toss. We'll wait for the umpire signal. No ball. We're just waiting to see whether the umpire would signal a no ball. No signal yet from the umpire, so it stays as a legal delivery. There he is. No signal there from... it'll be an interesting replay. Navneet, just take a look at that one again. Did it go over the waist in his normal stance? Touch and go. The umpire ruling that it was a perfectly legal delivery. Venkatesh Prasad still very animated in his field setting. His arms flailing all the time. Mithun knows exactly what to do. He's done it for many, many years for Karnataka and for India in the brief stint that he had with the Indian team. Oh, Venkatesh Prasad still not happy. The captain, there he is in a real animated discussion with the bowler. Yeah, now all's well that ends well. He's at mid-on and Mithun it is. Beautifully bowled this right in the block hole.
You can set any field you want to, but when you do that, you don't need fielders. Pinpoint precision from Abhimanyu Mithun. Have a look at that. They don't come any better. That is a yorker for the ages. 9 of 3. Boundary needed for Sri Lanka if they want to stay in the hunt. Full toss. Swats that. Just the single. Oh, will they come back for 2? No, they won't. Parthiv Patel, the fielder.
Not used to it, isn't it, Parthiv Patel? Normally does it with the gloves on, fumbling with the ball.
Sri Lanka! Sri Lanka! Sri Lanka!
There's Kalu Vittarana on the left of your screen. To his left is Marwan Attapattu, the captain of the One Family Sri Lankan side. You need 8 from 2. Can we see a 6?
Chapare bartar beku. Clap for the runner. Clap for the bowler. Clap for the batter.
Full toss again. Just couldn't get more, Tilantusara. Just the single, which means 7 will be needed in the last delivery. Surely not a 6 now. What a game it's been. Smiles in the Lankan dugout as well. We've just been witness to a fantastic game of T20 cricket from players that haven't played this format much. Here we go, one final delivery. Full toss. And a loud roar here at the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. A direct hit by Ashok India. And it's One World India that win the second edition of the One World, One Family Cup by 6 runs. A thorough team performance, shake hands all around. But it's the game of cricket that will win today. As Junior Stuart Binney is the first one to come onto the field to celebrate a great win.
Well, One World India put into bat by Sri Lanka and seemed to have it in the bag after the first session. But when Sri Lanka came out to bat, they sent the leather to all parts of this beautiful ground. This Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium in Muddenahalli, about 100 kilometers from Bangalore, wears a real spectacle for everyone around. There's the legend himself, Arvinda De Silva. He'll be surely hurting, but in the greater cause that he's come here to achieve, I'm sure he'll feel the winner. The One Family, One World, One Family Cup 2025 has been a grand success. There's the reverence of the legend by teammates and opposition. There it is. Just look at the respect that the man has. They're taking off their caps. Really revere this gentleman on your screen, Arvinda De Silva, a living legend from Sri Lanka. He's come down to Bangalore. There he is again, Irfan Pathan. It's so nice to see the spirit in which this game is played. Sunil Joshi giving him a hug. That's Yusuf Pathan. And then the skipper. They've played cricket together, but one the victor, one the vanquished on this big day here in Muddenahalli. Sujit Som Sundar there, Doda Ganesh, and Muthukumar, the physio. He was a physio when I was playing for Karnataka as well. Fabulous day here in the Sai Krishnan Cricket Stadium. They've all been victorious one way or the other. The mission, the vision of Sadhguru. That's the thumbs up by the Indian skipper. The Indian flag waves along with the Sri Lankan flag as well. All in all, it's been an absolute superb day's play. Well, set a target of 195. Taranga and Romesh Kaluvitarana put on a 66 for the first wicket. Milinda came in, lent a hand, but just too much for the Lankans in the end. Thilan remaining undefeated on 7. 189 for 9 is where they finished off in their 20 overs extras. 10 in that score of 189 for 9. Well, let's just go down now to Amar, who's with the legend Arvinda De Silva.
Well, what a game of cricket we've had right here at the One World, One Family Cup 2025. I know the result does not matter because we are playing for one cause, and the great thing to see here was everybody in the audience were cheering for Sri Lanka as much as they were cheering for India. How does that feel?
It's very good. I think the cause says it all. I think we have to feel for each other wherever they are. I think this mission is all about that.
Absolutely. Reaching beyond boundaries, reaching beyond a lot of obligations. That's beautiful. So if you have to resonate this particular match performance with the cause, how would you resonate both of that?
Well, it brings back a lot of memories. I've just got on a cricket field after a lapse of about 6-7 years. But I think the support from the Indian players as well as some of my teammates, past teammates and some present lot, I think it shows the kind of support they've extended towards this cause as well. So we are trying to bring all countries together and this is the first step towards that.
Absolutely, and it was great to see you right here in the center. There's a lot of fan following for you, and that sixer got everybody go bonkers. How was it to be on the field after a long time?
Well, it was interesting, but I think if I hung around a little bit longer, my body would have been at a little bit more pressure. But I really enjoyed it, and being part of this game, and also having some of these players along with me.
Absolutely, and this match had everything that typically India-Sri Lanka match has, going almost down to the wire. And thank you for you legends who gave that, that moment, who gave that memory back again.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much to all the media as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's from the center right here, Arvinda De Silva. What a game of cricket we've had. Back to the com-box.
Well, that was a legend in conversation with RJ Amar. Well, put into bat, India won world, 195 for 6 in their 20 overs. Yusuf Pathan, blitzkrieg 61 of 32. Naman Oja gave them a good start with 53. Thilan picked up 2 for 47 of his 4. And Gunaratne 2 for 23 as well. In reply, falling short by 6 runs were the Sri Lanka One family. Venkatesh Prasad picking up 3 for 25. And this is what happened when they came out to bat chasing 195. I was Sujit Somsundar, castled by Chaminda Vas, and Naman Oja carried on playing some really good shots. Badrinath came in and drove through the covers really well and looked good. Naman Oja, some really lusty hits. That was the first 6 of the day. Went straight into the crowd and he played some really good shots all around the wicket.
Wow!
There it is, down the ground as well. He played square to the wicket as well. And this is when Muthaiya Muralidharan was brought in and Warren Zoysia took a really simple catch to end Namanoja's innings of 51. Singh. And then Manoj Tiwari came into bat, played some really good shots. Was a little circumspect when he started, but came in and played really well. That was the Marwan Attapattu special. Badrinath caught brilliantly by Marwan Attapattu, the captain leading from the front. Enjoying the game was Sunil Gavaskar and Sadhguru as well. There it is. Yusuf Pathan came and just flayed the bowling to all parts of the ground. He was in a mood to really show everyone around exactly what brand of cricket he plays. He's really fierce on anything short.
Great fielding effort. Great fielding effort.
Manoj Tiwari lent his hand as well. Played some really big hits. He's looking really good, Manoj Tiwari. Reverse sweeping well, he swept well, he drove well. Played the cut really well. Timing was exquisite from him until just top-edged a sweep to Muthaiya Muralidharan, who shows clearly that he's really athletic even at this age. But he just carried on. Yusuf Pathan was enjoying himself. He played some really good shots all around the dial. And some really fielders there in the deep couldn't even move a couple of yards. Irfan Pathan came, didn't last very long. Gone caught by Pavitarana. And there it is again. What, 4 or 5 times he juggled and then he had it in the basket. Stuart Binney came in the end. A late flourish from him, along with Yusuf Pathan. Lusty hitting from Yusuf Pathan in that score of 61. Really dealt in boundaries and sixes. Just dealt with the bowling like he was having a net, really. And then this was the end of the Yusuf Pathan innings. Caught by Nuwan Zoysia, the second catch for him. That came late in the innings of the One World Indian team, taking them to that score of 195. When they came out to bat, they had a job on hand. 195 and 196 is what they needed. Taranga came and blazed away. A couple of lucky shots, but in between all that he had some gorgeous hits. Kaluvitarana took his time, but the timing was still there for the veteran. They were peppered all around the ground. Stuart Binney really expensive, 3 for 36 is what he went for. And Kaluvitarana showing glimpses of the brilliant past. We're looking really good at this stage were the Londons. Some deft touches. Some really gorgeous shots over extra cover. And then Piyush Chawla came in and immediately the demise of Taranga caught Stuart Binney smartly at mid-off or long off. There it is again, trying to get on with it. Just managed to find Stuart Binney at long off. And Stuart Binney, that 1 over or 2 overs off his, really cost him. Fabulous hitting this down the ground. They were looking like they were in the hunt to Sri Lanka. They were staying with the required run rate. Kaluvitarana playing really well. After Taranga departed, still had Melinda out there who was playing the ball into all parts of the ground. Sunil Joshi ended that innings of 40 of just 17 deliveries. Smartly held by Piyush Chawla. And then Venkatesh Prasad, the captain, came on to bowl a little late in the innings along with Sunil Joshi, put a stem on the flow of runs. Despite that, there were some sixes hit by Kaluvit Rana, and then he was bowled round the legs by Venkatesh Prasad, and the very familiar celebration from him. That was the first of his 3 wickets. Back of the hand, slow delivery, round the legs. And Asala Gunaratne. Then the big one, Ramesh Kaluvit Rana for 45 of 36. That was his second wicket. There it is, clean bowled, and that's when the Sri Lankan innings just started going downwards. Roy Sar didn't last too long. He was gone LBW to Manoj Tiwari. Manoj Tiwari had a good day as well, 3 for 20 for him of his 3 overs. That was the first of his 3 wickets. And then Venkatesh Prasad was carted over mid-wicket for 6. And then sweet revenge for him, picking up Arvind De Silva, and to get his 3rd wicket of the last delivery of his spell. They got 3 for 25 of his 4 overs. And then Manoj Tiwari, Badrinath taking a nice simple catch that gave him his 3rd wicket. 3 for 20 of his 3 overs. And at that stage, Sri Lanka looked completely down and out. That was a stumping, nice smart glove work by Namanoja to dismiss Ajanta Mendes off the very first delivery. Of course, that was signalled wide. And then that was the final over. The first ball was sent away for 4. And then a nice over in which Abhimanyu Mithun had everything under control, and Sri Lanka were completely out of it, and that was the end of the game, applauded by the 2 legends themselves, Kaluvit Rana on the left, Atapattu on the right. The Sri Lankan flags waving as well as the Indian flags, handshakes all around. And great to see the spirit of the game maintained. Well, India won world, put into bat 195 for them of their 20 overs. Yusuf 61, 53 for Namanoja, and in reply, Sri Lanka one family could muster just 189 for 9 in their 20 overs. Taranga 51, Ramesh Kaluvit Rana 45, Manoj Tiwari 3 for 20, Venkatesh Prasad 3 for 25 of his 4. India won world, winning this game by 6 runs. Well, now it's time to just head over to RJ Amar with a couple of very special guests.
One word, one family. That line summarizes everything, and we have with us a trustee, Mr. Sunil, who is a part of Each One Educate One. Could you please elaborate on the initiative?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So we have an education model in place which is focused on rural India, and for beneficiaries who are mostly from socio-economically weaker sections. The education model is compulsorily residential. It's holistic in nature, focusing on the all-round development of the students. It starts off from grade 6, that's at higher primary school level, when the child is typically aged 10 to 11 years. And once these students join our campuses, we have 24 schools. Once these children join there, in just a pair of clothes that they wear and come, there's no looking back for them, because they have a very seamless pathway laid out for them from school to secondary schooling, higher secondary schooling, and then even into the university. For students who would prefer not to pursue academics, we have a skill development center option for them, where they can acquire vocational skills like electrical technologies, flow piping and plumbing, etc. We also have the world's first of its kind, India's one of its kind, totally free of charge medical college. And this college offers courses in MBBS, nursing, paramedical technologies, and now even mental health. Apart from this, our students have the option of pursuing their passion, be it in the sciences or in arts and humanities, or even in performing arts like Hindustani and Carnatic vocal and instrumental classical music. For the girls especially, we have a course in Bharatanatyam dance. For those who wish to pursue our ancient and rich cultural tradition, Vedic tradition, we have courses in bachelor's and master's of Vedic sciences as well. So there's an array of options that have been laid out for these students hailing from socioeconomically weaker backgrounds. In the context of today's match, we also have a course which is focused on sports and athletics, which is a bachelor's in physical education. So there is an opportunity for every kind of a student, for every kind of an aptitude and every kind of a passion. So that's like an end-to-end model which is very seamless for them. Of course, when they join us, the criteria is primarily socio-economic, but then once they progress and they move out of higher primary into secondary school, they typically catch up and they are comparable to any private school student. And from the higher secondary school onwards, merit also matters. So they have to typically appear for their entrance exams for higher secondary school. And once they complete higher secondary school, they again have to meritoriously find a passage into our own private autonomous university. So the schools go by the name Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam. Our university is aptly named as Sri Satya Sai University for Human Excellence, and our medical college, the School of Healthcare Sciences, is named after Sri Madhusudan Sai as Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. So it's an end-to-end, totally free of charge, holistic, values-based residential model that we have laid out for the rural underrepresented. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all that you do. And towards my right, we have a beneficiary, a young lady who's availed this facility. So, hi, what's your name, ma'am?
Bhavyashri.
And, coming from a background and especially being a female, I'm sure you would have not thought about higher education, or was it a hurdle, and how did this place help you out?
Actually, me coming from a humble background, my father have always believed that a girl should get higher education, and we have never thought that I would get this complete multi-dimensional education which completely nurtures me from my physical, mental and my academical perspectives. And I proudly say that I am very good in my academics, and also I learn Indian classical music where it costs too much in nowadays to learn, and also I learn dance, and I am also in part of Western Symphony Orchestra, which is India's first Sai Symphony Orchestra. I proudly hold an instrument which I have never thought of holding it, and I play very proudly in front of everybody, and I am so happy to be in this institution, being a beneficiary of our Swami's education.
Fantastic. You sound very multi-talented. If I could just ask you this question, what is your next approach, or what's your goal, or what career would you choose stepping ahead?
Yeah, as I have received more from the society, my only aim is to serve more. As what I have learned, not to be a person of selfish, our founder always taught us to be selfless. So me being a teacher, I will become a teacher, and I'll serve many people like me who mostly have the thirst of knowledge, but there are no people to teach them. So we need like this models of institutions which makes us feel so happy and proud to come out. And I firmly tell that I'll become a teacher to nurture many children like me.
Thank you so much. Good to learn. And now towards my left, we also have a gentleman who is the flag bearer for another big initiative. We've spoken about nutrition, we've spoken about education, and now when it comes to healthcare, we have with us Dr. C.S. Hiremat, our Director, Health Valve Bank and Academics. So pleasure to have you right here with us. So if you can just share some light about the initiative that comes in your hands.
Yeah. In fact, under the guidance of Sadhguru Sri Madhusudan Sai, we are running this healthcare mission, which mainly caters to the pediatric congenital heart diseases. If you come to the statistics of our country, with every 100 children born today, the rate is around 1.4 to 1.6 child being born with congenital heart disease. That is going to increase by 5-fold in the next 5 years. That means with every 100 children born, we have 10 children born with congenital heart disease, which is a huge number. And today's the dictum is that no child shall attain its first birthday with the congenital heart diseases. Because if a child is caught at the right time and his heart is mended by cardiac surgeons, then definitely the child can lead a near normal life. As the child grows, the chances are very meager. The number of surgeries required are more, the number of complications are more. Sometimes today, post-COVID, we see the increasing number of heart diseases in our country. So for that, the reasons are a number of reasons. We are focusing on the preventive aspect also. Not only that, we are focusing on the world's first free heart valve bank. Sometimes a child is born with 2 chambers, 3 chambers. Normally we have 4 chambers. Sometimes using these valves, where after a death of any person, within 24 hours we can collect the heart, and in a single heart we can have 2 or 3 valves which can be preserved for 21 years plus. So our Sadhguru was kind enough to name the heart valve bank on Dr. K.M. Cherian, who is considered as father of Indian cardiac surgery, who recently passed away, and he had come to our institute. We had conducted quite a few conferences. In fact, we conducted the first international conference on exclusively pediatric heart valve repair, where Dr. Kalangos from Greece had come, Dr. Sean Shetty from USA, Dr. Shivkumar Singh from Malaysia, and a number of dignitaries were online, and of course the who is who in the country were here with us. Similarly, recently we happened to conduct just last week first international pediatric nursing conference on exclusively pediatric critical care, and that's a benchmark by itself. We are planning to start how AI can be utilized in critical care nursing, where a single trained nurse, how she can replicate another 2 to 3 nurses using AI. That's where the country is heading towards. That's the first kind, one of its kind initiative in our country, where we are creating a platform here in our institute to create AI-based nursing critical care for rural India. So there are not only this, till date we have crossed around 33,000 children heart surgeries, and the numbers are going up. And we have totally around 5 pediatric cardiac centers in our country, 2 abroad, 1 in Fiji and 1 in Sri Lanka. Many more to come up shortly in Istanbul, in Mississippi, USA, and in Africa. So the mission goes on, and as Sadhguru visions, he wants this center to be as the one of the India's best training center. Cardiac surgeons, many are not taking cardiac surgery. In fact, I am the secretary of All India Association of Cardiac Surgeons, and I see what is the challenges faced in training younger surgeons. So this field is quite challenging. So this platform shall be the best training center for the country. That's where we are looking at.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing all those anecdotes and facts and everything that you do for the society. Well, that's it right here from the One Word, One Family Cup, where they stand as a testament for all the initiatives, then the initiatives and all the lovely things they take care of. That is education, nutrition and healthcare. And back to you fine gentlemen at the Combox.
Well, that's the future of Indian cricket, perhaps. That's Junior Stuart Binney, his father watching him, his mother out there as well, celebrating this, the mission, the vision of the Sadhguru. It's about the vision, it's about the mission, and it's also a gift of life.
यूं ही धड़कता रहे। सांसें तुम्हारी है धड़कन तुम्हारी ये दिल भी तुम्हारा हुआ बने मेरा जीवन तुम्हारा ही दर्शन यही मैंने मांगी दुआ एक भली जिंदगी ये मेरी हो खुदा ताज तेरा करम प्यार बांटू मैं तेरा सभी को सबकी सेवा हो मेरा धर्म ये मेरा सौभाग्यम ये मेरा सौभाग्यम
नन्हा सा दिल ये यूं ही धड़कता रहे यूं ही धड़कता रहे यूं ही धड़कता रहे यूं ही धड़कता रहे
Well, health is such an important facet of life, and especially in child health care, in female health care. And in this aspect, Arogya Vahini is taking such giant steps towards accomplishing that mission. Let's just take a look.
Home to over 1.4 billion people, faces significant healthcare challenges, particularly in its rural areas where 70% of the population resides. In remote and underserved regions, access to quality healthcare remains a pressing concern due to difficult terrains, poor infrastructure, and a lack of nearby facilities. Arogya Vahini, a pioneering initiative, brings quality healthcare to the doorsteps of rural India. Founded by Srimad Sudan Sai, the Sri Satya Sai Arogya Vahini Trust operates mobile hospitals that make healthcare accessible to rural communities completely free of charge. This initiative is part of the larger Srimad Sudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission, which has established various service projects in 60 countries over the past 12 years. The mission has transformed millions of lives globally through free services in nutrition, education, and healthcare. Arogya Vahini's journey began humbly in 2013 with a small group of volunteers conducting just 2 medical camps a month. Today, it has grown exponentially, operating 106 rural medical camps monthly, equipped with fabricated mobile medical units. These camps reach more than 45 rural health stations, serving over 225 cluster villages, truly reaching the last mile and the last person. The impact has been remarkable. 150,000 rural consultations and 290,000 health screenings performed. Detecting from the ground level, over 750 surgeries have been facilitated completely free of charge, connecting rural patients with life-changing treatment at super specialty hospitals. From a simple outreach model, the footprint has expanded to 6 states and has also evolved into a comprehensive network of rural wellness centers, namely Sai Swasthya, contributing to the larger goal of Srimad Sudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. Arogya Vahini's mission aligns with multiple United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, promotes good health and well-being, addresses poverty by serving financially vulnerable populations, contributes to zero hunger by reducing out-of-pocket medical expenses, promotes gender equality with 66% of beneficiaries being rural women, reduces inequalities by reaching diverse communities. The initiative's impact goes beyond health metrics. By providing free medical consultations and health screenings, it saves patients with non-communicable diseases approximately 2,400 rupees per month and general patients around 1,400 rupees per month in medical expenses. At the heart of Arogya Vahini's approach is the philosophy of treating patients with compassion and respect. This approach has fostered trust and encouraged positive health-seeking behavior in the community. Beneficiaries have become more proactive in managing their health, and over 150 local volunteers have joined the cause. Looking to the future, Arogya Vahini is committed to enhancing accessibility by expanding its outreach to more remote areas and contributes significantly to the larger goal of the Sri Madhusudan Sai Global Humanitarian Mission by touching 1 million lives by next year. The Trust aims to implement scalable healthcare models to ensure seamless continuity and end-to-end support for beneficiaries and to institutionalize its healthcare model as a benchmark for qualitative and technology-driven healthcare delivery. From its resilience during the Amphan cyclone to operating 333 medical camps throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Arogya Vahini has proven its adaptability and commitment. As it continues to grow and evolve, this initiative is deeply rooted in the ethos of in the rural, for the rural. Through its mobile hospitals, Arogya Vahini is not just delivering medical care, it is delivering hope, one village at a time, and paving the way for a healthier, more equitable future for all.
Well, in just 12 years, the mission has touched over 13 million across 80 countries, transforming communities through nutrition, healthcare and education. The gift of life has touched many a nation, and one small such one is Fiji. Let's take a look.
Ooh.